Hello, this is Captain, and welcome to the Build Challenge Delta results. This was a challenge to build an amphibious aircraft, either a helicopter or seaplane. So let's go ahead and start looking at the entrance. Alright, so let's go ahead and read the rules for the Build Challenge Delta. This challenge is to build an amphibious aircraft, air, sea, land-based challenge. This is to be a plane/helicopter. The spirit of the challenge is to build a plane/helicopter that can operate in all three regimes, air, sea, land. Build size will be limited to the large blue hangar at FJ Warner. Infinite electric and fuel off, vehicle damage on, buoyancy glitches will be allowed, rocket motor and pivot. A new build not previously released to the workshop. Let's operate in the honor system here. This should be a newly started build at the time of the challenge. XML, cosmetic and buoyancy. Size, whatever will fit in the blue hangar. Power, anything but glitches and infinity. Cost, 1,000 or less, 100,000 or less. Testing methodology. Launch the plane/helicopter at FJ Warner Blue Hangar. I'll take it off from the runway at FJ. I'll land in the water and taxi around and see how it behaves on the water. I'll take off from the water and land at FJ runway. Grading. Spirit of the challenge. How well does it conform to the spirit of the challenge? 1 to 10. Human factors. How well am I able to interact with it? 1 to 10. Handling air. How well does it fly? 1 to 10. Handling taxi. How well does it taxi on land and sea? 1 to 10. Workshop page, 1 to 10. Winners, there's going to be a points winner, captain's favorite, and community favorite. Winners will be featured in the end credits of my videos for a month. Winners will have Discord roles added. And the first helicopter is the Coolyard's Concopter, amphibious versatile helicopter. Let's take a look. Some nice pictures on here. Good shape to it, I like that. Nice thumbnail there. It's by Cool Devil. So, Coolyard's Concopter, amphibious versatile helicopter. Thank you for probably subscribing. Story. The helicopter first took flight on the 12th of October, 1989 Stormworks time. Decision to start a project like this was made because of the growing market for heavy lift helicopters there was at the time. The Concopter wouldn't be anything special in power or capacity, but its versatility and speed would make up for that. It could not only transport containers and passengers at the same time, but it could also go into water, giving it quite a big advantage after its competition. This made the vehicle quite a popular option. It also proved to be a safe one. The helicopter was developed into many other versions and currently mostly serves as a cargo helicopter. Some specifications. Top speed 105 knots, mass 7,400, cost 48,425, passenger capacity 12, container capacity 2 at your own risk, range around 80 kilometers. Taxi and information. To taxi on ground or water, engine doesn't have to be on. Before taxiing, turn off park brake. While taxiing on ground, be mindful this thing doesn't have the best handling. All right. Features: bed, quite a good range, amphibious, toilet, autopilot, many others. Check for yourself. Recommendations: high physics. All right, so I always have that on, and be mindful in high wind. So startup is pretty simple. So main power, avionics, fuel cutoff, engine, select mode, and wait for RPS to stabilize. All right, here I am with Concopter. I like the overall shaping of it. It's shaped very nicely. Nice and rounded. Nice looking cockpit on there. I like this type of design. I like a nose on a large helicopter. I don't like too many windows, so this is kind of nice having that good nose on it. Let's go ahead and do a walk around here. So coax with a pusher. Has some propellers on it. And some fins. Looks like it has a tail strike wheel, which is kind of a cool feature. Twin elevators, or twin rudders rather. Like the design up there for the turbine. A little bit strange having these cords on the outside there, but it's not the end of the world, certainly. Pumps. So that looks like fuel pump and cable anchor for ground power. Have a door on this side, a couple handles. It looks like the connection points for a container. Alright, so we'll enter from the other side, it appears. A couple fins hanging on there. And so I'd say that probably not ladders on there, so it'll fit in somewhere tighter. But have to do a little bit jump, but it, you can use the seat, so it's not too bad to get into. Sometimes it can be quite tough to get into. Little bunk beds in here. Little tables, kind of cool there. I like that. Some supplies. Very cool. It's a nice little supply area there. And oh, there's something else here. Uh-oh. What am I doing down here? Okay, so you can go in and out. That's kind of interesting. I like that. So let's, oh crap. I'm trying to shut doors here. I'm going to have to go in the water, so. Make sure it seals up. I like the seats. The seats are a good job. This is neat. I haven't thought of this before. These are liquid heat exchangers with microcontroller on top. That's a nice, makes for a cool seat. I like that. Nice detailing in here. Overhead bins. We have exits, lighting. Looks like FA jump seat there. What do we have here? We have a lav. A little bit of clippage, but it's not too bad. Nice detailing in there. A little bit, a little bit like something like adding a mirror on a flat surface there adds a little bit of detail in here. It's just a little washed out with white. Like adding a mirror right here of the sink is kind of cool. So I have like a bluish gray that I use, and then I just put like a frame over it. A little bit of detail because as you see, it's like white. But that would be the only thing I think would add to that. But nice detailing in there as well. Yeah, looks like seatbelt and no smoking. Fire X. Nice detailing on that. Having it hanging off with exhausts. It's nice to have a little bit of a mounting bracket. Oh, I'm stuck. All right, so passenger seat. So that's nice to see. It's always nice to see a labeled seat. That way I know you want me to sit here. So that's good. So I'm going to go down and we'll read the instructions. Instructions were very simple. We'll see if that ends up that way. So lock door, you have emergency transponder, heaters, avionics, main breaker. Be nice to see this. Okay, this is the engine modes. So up and down. So that's good. I would just add mode up, mode down, if that's what it's for, just to let you know. But yeah, I see. That looks like that's what it is. So 1 is idle, 2 is low, 3 medium, 4 max continuous power, and 5 is emergency power. Anti-rotor ice, anti-ice fuselage, fuel valve, engine on, seatbelt sign. Do we get the ding? Maybe I need power. I'll do it when I get beacon lights, landing, strobe, nav, interior lights, ground lights. AP master, reset flight plan, the coordinates there. RPS, wait for that to be stable. Air pressure, fuel and litras. Emergency radio, what do we have over there? Ground control, water control, landing gear, and park brake. Okay, cool. So let's jump in the seat here. AD roll, WS pitch. Left, right is yaw. Up, down is collective. 1 is reload lasers. 2 is release container. And 3 is activate the push rotor. Okay. So let's go ahead. We want main power, avionics. So I assume it's main breaker. I would just fix the, or I just like to see the labeling the same as on the workshop page as in here. It's not a big, huge deal, but it's, it takes all the guesswork out of it. You see main power, main power. If it said main breaker on the workshop page, that would, I certainly figured it out, but that's always makes it a little easier. So main power is on. Let's see if it actually breaks. So if we look at the electric, you see electric's 1. Let me make sure I have my settings correct here. Vehicle damage is on, infinite electricity is off. All right, and so let's see, we should be using electricity now. We are. Okay, let's shut the main breaker back off and see if we get a 0. We do. So that's good. That's actually shows the button is doing something. I like to see that. That's cool. So let's turn that main breaker back on. Avionics are coming on. All right, so we get a backlight on our mode selector. We get a HUD. What's that? I can't tell what that is under there. Let me just look. Looks like a little map. What's that? Clock. Okay, autopilot light. So I like the detailing in here, like the angle panels, cool. It's a little hard to reach some stuff, but, my whole thing, as I've talked about this before with human factors, is we'll go into human factors a little. As long as you can reach the things that you need to, and it's actually beneficial to not be able to reach the things you don't want to accidentally touch, like, say, shut off an engine mid-flight. So that's good. All right, so fuel cutoff is 3. So is the third thing. So fuel valve. So it says fuel valve in here and fuel cutoff in the directions. I just make those the same. You know, if you're going to call it fuel valve in here, call it fuel valve in there. Engine is 4. Thought I saw it. Engine right here. Right, starting up the turbine. And let's take a look as it fires up. So twin coaxes on there, or a coax is a twin rotor, but coaxial rotors on there. Looks like a fixed pitch on the pusher. So it must be a fixed pitch with a clutch. So it must clutch out. Alright, and so it doesn't tell me what RPS I'm looking for. It says wait for this to be stable. So I'm not sure what that means. I assume when it just climbs and stops, we currently should be in idle mode. So idle, let me see, strobes, navs, interior, ground lights, seatbelt. I don't know if I can hear a ding on there. No smoking and exit signs, beacon lights, beacon comes on, landing lights. Take a look at the no smoking. I think the exit probably, no smoking. That's a cool detail. That's a neat feature. I like to see that. Can you see the exit sign? Exit sign is on, so that's cool. Yep, so that's nice. We had double-sided paint blocks we put on the other side, too. Alright, so let's see. We're up to... So it's still climbing, so I wouldn't say this is stable yet, but I'm going to start taxiing. And so I'm going to be looking for a parking brake. Park brake. Okay, so this is interesting to me. Why is the parking brake like that? See how the parking brake, it's like, it won't stay. So I don't know if it's on or off. It doesn't say release, so I assume. Let's see, I should be able to hopefully taxi around. We slid to the right, but that's a game issue, not a this issue. And so I'm going to taxi using my rotors, as you would. So this has wheels. If it has wheels, I'll taxi with the wheels. So all I'm doing is pushing the W key, and it's taxiing nicely, as you can see. Helicopters in game usually on wheels will taxi pretty nicely because you can just use the rotor. I like seeing the different modes for the engine. That's nice because it shows me that, especially I've talked about this before. One of the turbines not on. Okay. Let me double check all my buttons here. That's interesting. I don't see the other turbine. Maybe there's one turbine and the other one's fake, but hopefully maybe the other one turns on. I don't know. We'll check in a second. It doesn't say. Again, I have a five setup. 5 instructions essentially to get going. So let's make sure we're out. We are clear. So we can taxi. I'm going to taxi the runway. And so I'm just, again, using W, and I'm just holding W. So this is taxiing really nicely. I really love the shape of this. Really good job on shaping here. Sometimes it can be tough. And, I'm not somebody who likes a lot of the sawtooth that you see sometimes, but this is really well done where you can see there's very minimal overlap there. It really looks nice and contoured. You zoom out, it looks really nicely contoured. I like, coming into a narrow tails, very difficult in games sometimes. I really like this tail plane. It has like that vertical fin on it, and then it has that little bit of detailing. They look like two A's holding on the rudders. That's really cool. I like that. All right, so let's go ahead and let's look at our modes. So we have, one is idle. I really like to do this on my helicopters too, have a ground idle, and then have different power settings. I generally just do ground idle and flight idle, and that way, when you put it on the ground, like you'll see a lot of people's helicopters, like I'm working on a helicopter right now, and if you don't have a ground idle, it will try to take itself off when you're not ready, and so if you try to do a rescue, you have to do a ton of down collective, and it's better to have something like this where you have, you put it in ground idle, and it's much less power, and you actually get that IRL. So let's do strobe, navs, interior, ground lights. I don't know what ground lights are. We'll see. And then landing lights. So let's look. So we have nav. And do we have a white in the back? No white in the back, but not a big deal. What is the... Okay, those are my strobes. Those are cool. And we have a beacon on top. Alright, nice. So that turbine's still down. Let's switch into low. So I have to go up. There we go. Okay, so I just heard it kick on. So that's probably, you know, power savings there. I just heard fire kick on, so let's go to, we'll go up to 4. I don't know what's making that banging noise, but we still have this turbine's not on, so hopefully that's good. Alright, so we're going to take off and we'll go land in the water. So I'm just doing a little up collective here. Let's see what, I'm just checking trims here. We are in mode 4. Okay, I'm just checking everything, make sure I didn't screw something up. Alright, and let's see, up down collective, I'm holding up. So, currently, okay, there we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. So it takes quite a bit of holding to get that to come up. It's holding my hand quite a bit, which isn't the worst thing, but you know, I tend to like to fly myself a little bit more. This seems like the gyro is stuck on. I see, like, it's rocking, I'm not doing that. Because it's trying to take over control from me, so I can't keep it in a lean. So it's a little bit shaky. Like I'm just holding W. That's all I'm touching. So you know, it's like a hold handy gyro, which makes it easier and more arcadey to fly. But I can't do as much with it, which isn't a huge deal. So I'm going to press 3 to activate the pusher. And I pressed 3. I just tapped 3. Let's hold it. Okay. I'm holding 3. I'm getting nothing off that pusher prop. Okay, I want to give it a fair shake here, try to get this going here. So pressing 3 again. Nothing. Let's look at the seat and see if it gives me any information. 3 is false. Okay, let's press and hold 3. Alright, I am getting nothing off this prop. So that's fine. I'm not gonna... I'll look at it in the workbench, but I am pressing 3. This is one of the pitfalls of not having enough instruction is... Okay, there we go. It just started. So, you know, now it's going. I have to, it seems like I have to hold everything a very long time, so maybe that's it. So I am holding it. Tap it again, see what it does. Okay. I'm not sure what I'm having to do with this pusher prop. It's turning now, but it's not doing it really anything. That turbine is still not up, so I don't know what is up with that. Let's go to, I don't know, try this emergency power setting and see what it does. So I think the banging noise when I'm changing power modes is it's changing probably the clamp on the pit, I'd imagine. Yes, I have really no clue what's going on with this propeller, why I can't get it to go. I've both tapped it and I've held it. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. Let's go ahead and we will put up the landing gear. So ground control, water control, I don't know, so that must be the propellers and that. Landing gear. Alright, I didn't see a gear animation because it was fast, but you see they stow away nicely. You see that a lot in helicopters is they'll just go up in the body like that, you know, because you don't really need them. You don't need doors. Like, there's a lot of airliners that don't have doors, especially a helicopter. You don't need it. I don't know what's up with this prop in the back. I can't get that to go. I'm holding it. It's barely moving, so hopefully it's not something I'm doing. 2 questions I have is what's up with this turbine and what is up with the propeller. You know, again, it has 5 instructions. Main power, avionics, fuel cutoff, engine, select mode. I'm going to go ahead and decrease this back down to 4. I want to make sure that it's not an emergency. So I am just literally pressing the down on the collective, and you see it's just rocking. So that's all I'm doing. So literally the only finger I have on the keys right now is the down. That's it. So whoa, my hands are off the keyboard now. Let's go down again. So it's not all that stable. Okay. Alright, so we're in the water. It's floating very nicely. So that it floats nicely. Let's go a little down collective. I'm going to try to push it in the water. So I'm holding the down collective, and you see how nicely it's floating? I'm going to let go of the down collective, and it's floating very nicely. So let's go ahead and we're going to taxi. I'm not going to use the ground mode yet. I'm going to try to taxi this how you taxi to IRL, which is just with the rotors. So this taxis beautifully with, so I'm not using those propellers at all, as you can see. The fins, I don't think the fins are turning. I don't think you really need them, you know, unless you want to shut off the rotors, but, you know. See, now that prop looks like it's moving more. I'm not sure. All right, let's go to water control. I don't know what ground, oh, it's probably, it did say that you can taxi without the engine on. Yeah, I tend not to do that because that's not all that realistic, but we'll do it with the propellers. So this, I guess, allows you to shut the rotor blades off. Say you're going into a tight dock, you can utilize this system. So you don't need a system like this, but, you know, I assume that's what it's for. So that's interesting. I'm still wondering what's up with that turbine and what's up with that propeller. So, you know, I try to give everything a fair shake, but I can't. I only have the instructions I have, and I have five instructions, and I followed them all. So let's see. I want to just double check, make sure that there's nothing I missed. Engine on, fuel, anti-ice, anti-ice rotor, heaters, avionics. Yep. So there's nothing that I've missed. It says engine on, not engines on, so I'm not sure. So. And it's, you know, again, it says wait for this to be stable. You know, I assume that's just means, you know, that it's not fluctuating. So okay, so I'm gonna let go of the controls here a second. And I was trying to get out of the water, and it takes a lot to get this to respond. So I'll tell you when I press the up arrow right now. All right, so I'm holding the up arrow for collective. That's the only finger I have on the keyboard. And let's see how long it takes me to get out of the water. Still holding it. Nothing. Okay. So I'm still holding the up collective, and I am not taking off out of the water. See, like the rotor blades are not moving. Now I'm going down, they're not doing anything. I don't know what this is doing. Okay, so when 3 is pressed, I have to press W as well. Again, if you want me to do something, I need instructions. So I bet that pusher prop is screwing up my collective. I don't know, man. Still holding the up arrow. Let's press 3 again. Try to get this tail rotor to disconnect. Again, this is the pitfall with not having enough instruction. Is when you don't have instructions, I'm having to guess. You know, it's you know, and I'm not doing it the way you want me to do it because I have no clue. So. Yeah, so 3, apparently I have to press W. So I would put right there in the instructions, to use pusher prop, press 3 and press W. You know, that tells me how you want me to operate your vehicle. Other than that, you know, like I can't get out of the water, I'm trying. The propellers are still going. So let me shut water control off. Water control off, ground control off. Okay, maybe ground control screwed me up. Okay, it was ground control. So again, you know, put that in the instructions. You know, when ground control's on, rotors will not be active. Again, all I'm pressing now is the up arrow. So this is why I like a lot of instructions is, you know, you've designed this. It makes sense to you. You know, it's not my vehicle. It doesn't make any sense to me. And so it's fine the way you have it, but, you know, explain it to me. You know, tell me. You have to press 3 and then W to use the pusher prop. You know, because there are people who, their pusher props, you press a button and it just starts. You have people who just press the W key and it does pusher prop for them. You have people who don't have pusher props. You know, like my system, the pusher prop always spins, and then I just clutch it in, or I use the propeller pitch because that would be more realistic. Because you wouldn't want to shock the engine. But it's, see, like, it's doing this all on its own. So it's having some stability issues. Let's go ahead and I'm going to put the gear down. So it looked like it was a ground control issue, was making it so it looks like it cuts out the collective. That's fine, just it would be nice for you to tell me that. Let's see if we can land without this crashing, because as you see, it's all I'm doing is tapping the down arrow. That's it. And so this rocking motion, it's not, you know, I didn't damage it, but the flight, you know, it's really beautifully done. It could use some work on some flight controls. The flight controls are problematic, just that that it flaps like a bird. You know, it's not very stable. Not the end of the world. I still don't know what's up with that pusher prop. Like, okay, I'm pushing forward now, so I must have finally shut it off. You know, with the 3 key, I couldn't tell if it was engaged or not. Let's go ahead and we'll knock it down to 1. And we'll go ahead and we'll taxi in. So it taxis very nicely. I really love the taxiing of this. Whoa. Okay. I pressed collective up, so that's probably me. Let's go ahead and let's try something. Let's shut down the engine. All right, and let's go ahead and let's turn it in ground mode. All right, and so I'm supposed to be able to taxi via ground control. You see it as electric motors. Again, you don't have any instructions on what keys. You know, it doesn't take me long to figure it out. It's WS, A, and D. But again, that's always nice to see in instructions is, you know, if you want me to operate it correctly, just put it on there. But, you know, so it is a neat feature to have both ground and water control where you can, you know, say shut the rotor blades off, fold the rotor blades, taxi into a tight dock. That makes sense to me. That's cool. I like that. That's a neat feature. It taxis really well. It operated on the ground really well. You know, I was able to taxi with the rotor blades on the water, no problem. Taxi with the rotor blades on the ground, no problem. I'm easily able to use the ground mode to taxi. And the water propellers, that's really neat. I love the interior detailing, the little details like the seatbelt, the exit sign, and the no smoking are really cool. Really nice work on the seating and everything there. I'm not going to pick up a container. That wasn't part of the challenge. It's a little bit tough flying. You know, I was pretty much just pressing up on the collective, and it was doing all that rocking on its own. I took my hand off, and it was doing that all on its own. I think it's a little bit too hand-holdy. You know, I prefer a helicopter where, like, I fly with my auto hover off usually. That's just personal preference, but it allows me to, like, I bank the helicopter. You know, I think this flies very arcadey, which is fine, but it's like the rocking is not very stable. So really cool helicopter, a lot of cool details. And we'll move on to the next one. All right, the next build is the Supermarine Walrus Air Sea Rescue. Nice to see some seaplanes. I thought I was going to only get helicopters there for a little while. So nice to see some seaplanes. Battle of Britain. I'm also having issues myself with getting rid of that frame. I don't know if you tried it or not, but I was having issues myself. Some screenshots here. I like the folding capabilities of this. That's kind of neat. I like the old school nature of it. That's cool. Supermarine Walrus Air Sea Rescue by Monolith 424890. British Air Sea Rescue flying boat used during the Battle of Britain, first flown in 33 and initially used as shipborne aerial reconnaissance, shifted to Air Sea Rescue during the Battle of Britain. After British pilots bailed out in the English Channel, the Walrus would locate the pilots, land nearby in the channel, and then rescue the downed pilots. Features 9 passenger seats, basic transponder, and able to fit in beginner base dock with wings folded. That's neat. Features mooring point and nose, and one on each side at aft fuselage hatch. Ropes stowed under hatches. Specifications: top speed 152 miles an hour, cruise speed 126. Fuel capacity is 750. Fuel consumption at cruise is 420 gallons per hour. Range 225 miles. Crew 1 pilot. Seats 9. Cost 19.5. So that's a nice cheap price. Landing speed 100, stall speeds 90, so we'll keep it over. Good to see this in there. You know, I often see people who put planes on, they don't put their approach speed. I want to know my approach speed, and it's nice to have the stall speed in there. I know, okay, I don't want to go below 90. So when I come in for an approach, I'm looking at 90, and I don't want to go below 90, and you tell me aim for 100. So that's really important, and I like that. Designed to fit in the beginner base starter dock with wings folded. Do not raise landing gear when wings are folded back. All right, so it looks like that's a collision hazard, so we'll be careful of that. Do not start engine with wings folded back. All right, to taxi out of beginner base, flip switch on right side panel marked water taxi. This switches on the small water impeller under the hull. Impeller or propeller. Use up and down arrow keys to control forward and back in the water, and right and left arrow keys for rudder. These keys are the same used for diesel engine throttle and rudder yaw. Use sparingly. The impeller is powered by a limited amount of electrical power. Once clear of beginner base, switch off water taxi and continue normal start procedure. Procedure for start in water. All right. Activate wing unfold. Activate systems. Wing unfolded. Cycle landing gear up. Bring throttle slightly up. Press engine start until engine catches. This brings throttle slightly up. I'd like to see a little bit of like, where do you want it? Set it a quarter, set it there, but that will work. That's fine. But just keep that. I'm just keeping that in mind so that I remember it. Full throttle for takeoff. After liftoff, lower the throttle to 850 cruise RPM. It's nice to see a cruise setting in there. You'll have that in real life. You have cruise RPM and manifold pressure, or just RPM for fixed pitch. Aircraft is trimmed fairly neutral for flight at this 850. For takeoff from ground, ignore step 3 until liftoff. Okay. Step 3. Wings, what? Step 3, huh? Okay. Okay, landing gear up. Okay. So, yeah, so for, if you're taking off from the water, of course you want your gear up. So I just clarify that for takeoff from the ground, I'd even put for takeoff from water, raise landing gear. I'd just do that, but it just makes it a little bit clearer. But let's go ahead and take a look. All right, so this one look at in the editor first, because it's neatly folded up, so I kind of want to look at that. As you can see, the landing gear are in the way of the wings, so that makes sense why they're saying don't swing these wings when the gear is, in this position, because you'll hit them. So you need to lower the gear, then swing the wings, and then raise them. So that makes sense. Little paint issue right there. You're not getting dinged for any of that, but just pointing it out in case you want to fix it. There's one there, there's one there, there's one. Couple painties in there. We'll see that when we get in there, but kind of neat. I just wanted to take a look at this while it was in the hangar. So let's go ahead and spawn it. Whoa, there we go. So they are connector based. So as you can see, they're connector based, and so they grabbed really hard. Didn't break anything, but I could see that being a potential problem if it hits incorrectly. It's a little bit slidey, so but it's very light, so I can push that around, and hopefully, that may be phantom physics, I'm not sure. So I want to do a walk around here, but I don't want to wait too long. Nice detailing on this. I really like the shape. It's kind of cool. It's, you have to think about the era that this was, so this is supposed to be during the Battle of Britain, 1933. So this is a 1933 era. Really cool engine on it. They had that type of exhaust. You usually had a radiator sticking out of the front. I think thematically not having an electric radiator would make more sense for a 1933 plane, but, it's still good detailing in there. Nice, biplane here. Propeller is, okay, I thought the propeller was closer to the surface than it is. So that's neat. Has a little propeller here, a little bit of clippage there. I tend to like to taxi with the, with the air propeller. So we'll go ahead and see. So I'm not starting in the water, so hopefully we can do this without issue here. So it says, let me see, this I'm looking for the looking for where I control the wing fold. So I'm going to look for that really quick. All right, so I reread the instructions. It just says to unfold wings. So we'll get inside. We'll see what I can see. So jump in there and go on down. We might be able to fit through the wing, but I was afraid of getting stuck. So a little bit, there's a lot of stuff that's just kind of, you know, it's a 1930, so it doesn't, you know, I think thematically it's okay, but like, you have a lot of rough shapes in here, and, you know, like, you have some stuff just sticking out, a little bit of hiding on that, potentially, like, have the old microcontrollers, they're all showing, you know, hiding that a little bit better, I think would be nice. So we have some seating in here, it says for 9, defib, I don't know if defib was in 1933's aircraft. What's that? Some seats. Neat. Some nice detailing in here. Let's sit in this seat. I like this seat. You can kind of see out. Yeah, see like this. You can still see some of the stuff. Like that's, you know, the paint there. You can see the painting's not done there. I would just clean up some of this paint. You know, it's just kind of looks a little unfinished there. You know, like that function, you can see that. That looks a little weird, but, you know, I just finish up some of the paint. I think this is cool here. You can go out. Often what they would do is you'd have access to the front here, and this is how you'd moor. And so you go up to the mooring buoy and hook up. Have some more equipment in here. Sit in the seat. What is that? Okay, that's the gyro. All right, little hatch there. Okay, so let's see. We have landing gear wing fold there. Okay, so let's watch it fold. So folds out nicely. I like the shape. I really do dig the shape of this. This is cool. I like the folding on that. That's a neat feature. What is that? I'm just trying to see what that line is. Looks like something XML'd in there. Oh, it's a linear track. Copy. Okay. So wings are folded. Activate systems. So systems. Okay. Wings. So it's interesting. It says activate wing fold, activate systems, wing unfolded, cycle landing gear up. Okay. I'm not sure what that means, but I assume that's for the water. You want to cycle the gear up for water, so maybe that's just a typo in there. All right. So it says make sure the wings are folded before engine start. I assume we're pretty good to go. Let's check miles per hour, compass ball, VSI. Usually it's feet per minute, but feet per second, I can deal with that. Altitude in feet, artificial horizon, RPM. Usually you'd have the artificial horizon above the compass. Not a big deal, but just a note. RPM, 1933's things are probably pretty non-standardized anyways. All right, so RPM, voltage. Let's get started. I don't want to run the systems down. Okay, so they said bring the throttle up a little bit, so I'm just going to actually use, that's pushing me out. Let's see, up, down for throttle, so I'm going to tap it up a little bit. It says increase it a little bit. Personally, I would have that throttle start in that position, because if you use an up-down, you're probably using an up-down counter. Okay, so it dies. So if I go throttle all the way back, the engine dies. The engine should not die if I bring the throttle back. That is not safe. That's not good human factors. All you have to do is make the bottom limit of the throttle whatever you want it to be. So make the bottom limit of the throttle the minimum, because my engine shouldn't die if I bring the throttle down. So let's start up. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's going to cause me some problems there, that throttle. Like I said, the throttle should not, when I bring the throttle all the way back, the engine should idle. The engine should not die when I bring the throttle all the way back, because I'm having to, like, I'm trying to put it up enough to both get those wings folded, start the engine. So, like, I have no clue how high I need to put this throttle to keep my engine running. My engine should never die, like, I'm trying to steer. Oh, just barely made it out. So I have no, okay, so the parking brake is on, apparently, so so it's a parking brake, is it? I have no clue. I really have no clue. Alright, so I'm going to stop us. My front wheels are not... Let me see what's going on here. I'm going to fix all my trims here for a second. Okay, so trims are all off. Let's see. I can't tell if my parking brakes start on or off, but those front wheels are not turning, so... Let's see what it says. So this could be part of the physics issue. You see how it's sliding on its own? So brake is a little bit of variable brake, not much. Brake is true, okay? So let's see the state of my parking brake here. So parking brake is on, okay, so it's not a parking brake release, which is fine, but okay, brake false. Let me make sure because these were locked up. These did not want to move. Okay, brake false. Shouldn't have one on the tail wheel. Let me just check them all because, like, these wheels do not want to move. See how the wheels aren't moving at all? So this is going to be tough for me to taxi if I can't get these wheels to move. Okay. So I'm going to go in there. What's this pinkness? Some XML pink there. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to just make sure I get rid of... I don't know where my brakes are. So there's no key that tells me what my brakes are. So I have to guess. That's not good, human factors, if I have to guess what brakes are. In a helicopter, I can do back collective to slow down, but on an airplane, it's kind of nice to have some brakes. All right, I'm going to start the engine up, or try to. Ugh. So it feels like the brakes are on. They're not, but see, like, these wheels are not moving. So I need to be able to taxi here. Okay. So I'm going to try again, but... Okay, see the wheels are not moving at all? Alright, so I can't taxi, so that was a requirement, is the ability to taxi on land and sea. I cannot taxi if the wheels don't move. So, like, I was unable to do that. So I'd say the main issues with this so far is... The engine should not die when I bring the throttle all the way back. The throttle should be at, when it's all the way back, your engine should idle. So whatever you want your idle to be, should be when the throttle is all the way back. Alright, you do not want your engine to die. Imagine you're coming into land and you pull your throttle back a little too much and oh my god, the engine dies. And now I have to push the throttle up a little bit and I have to restart the engine and boom, you crashed. And, you know, so that's not good. You know, let's go ahead and raise the gear. Okay, what's going on? Okay, have some issues there. Go landing gear. They're incredibly fast, too. Okay. So, I'm not sure what's up with the gear there. I got them both up. They're a little bit, could use some work. It flies well. It flies very nicely so far. I'm going to start bringing, so I'm going to go full throttle. So nice. Temp's coming up. I'm going to play with this temp. Let's see. It's coming up very fast. All right, there you can see it's starting to slow down, so we're probably going to be good on temp. All right, so it probably doesn't kick the radiator until a higher temperature. That radiator's not even on, so probably be all right on temp. So I'm going to bring my throttle all the way back. Doesn't kill my engine. Yep. Not a good design if it kills the engine, because watch. Oh crap, I've stalled my engine's died. Okay, so see how long it took if I was trying to land? So all you have to do is make sure that your throttle does not go below the value required to keep your engine running. That's it. That's all I have to do there. So let's try to do a landing. I'm a little bit scared of landing just because of that. Okay, so I'm around 90, so I'm coming in around 100 miles an hour. I'm doing big rudder turns here just to try to... So I don't want to go below 90. That was the stall speed. Let's do a landing on the water. So I'm going to try to touch down around, you know, between 90 and 100. A little bit of a plunk, but not too bad. All right, so I'm going to taxi using the propeller like you would IRL. All right, so this taxis nicely with using just the propeller. So I understand why people would put on propellers and like water propellers, but taxi's fine with using the regular propeller. So I'm going to taxi with the regular propeller, as you can see. A little bit sluggish. But, you know, in real life, you get the prop wash goes over the rudder, and it actually gives you more steering effectiveness. Let's go ahead and see where I'm at here. Water taxi is on. So I should be able to taxi using the water propeller. Okay, so that steers a little bit better with the water propeller on. So, that's good. Alright, so read the instructions. So, cycle landing gear up. Gear is up for takeoff here already on the water. So we're just going to turn a little bit here. I am quite concerned with landing on the land because those wheels don't want to turn. And like I saw, I checked them. The brakes aren't on. Let me just double check. And I have no clue what my brakes are either, so it's always good human factors to know how to stop my aircraft. So I would I'd highly recommend that. Let's start getting some power up here. Alright. Takes... What is going on here? Okay. It was trying to roll to the right a little bit, but took off fine. Took a little bit. Do I have roll trim in? I have no trims in, as you can see. So we're going to go and we're going to attempt a landing on land. I am a little bit concerned, like I said, with the... I would slow those gear down a little bit too, but I'm a little concerned with the fact that, one, if I bring my throttle all the way back, it is going to kill my engines. Or it's going to, yeah, it's going to kill my engine. And that's not, yeah, that's terrifying me a little bit. And then with the front wheels locking up, I don't know if this is going to land. So we'll see. We'll give it a test, and we'll see. I'm going to try to come in right around. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to find where 100 is on this gauge, because I don't want to have to keep turning my head to look at the gauge. So right about that needle right there, this tick mark, that tick mark is my approach speed. So I'm going to keep that needle on my tick mark. And that will keep me so that I don't have to keep looking over there to look at the digital value. I can just use the needle. So I'm trying to come in right on that tick mark. Probably get a little bit of a slower speed if you had some flaps, but 100 knots isn't bad for an approach. It's a small twin engine would come in at 100 knots. Twin engine propeller. Alright. Alright, so it actually is behaving very well. But the wheels are not moving. It landed great. It's sliding well. Why are the wheels not turning? Alright, so I have full left rudder, as you can see. So I don't have any instructions on brakes. You know, there were a lot of these airplanes that they didn't have steering tail wheels. Especially, you know, old school stuff, but they had differential brakes, so I could brake the left wheel to go left, or I could brake the right wheel to go right. I don't know if it could be a feature you have on here, but it's not in the instructions, it's not on the workshop page, so I don't know. But I really like the design of it. It looks really cool outside. There are a couple little like looky things inside. Most of it's like paint. A couple paint and jagged edges in here. Oh, let me try not to fly around too much here. Couple paint and jagged issues. Like these are a little bit of an eyesore. They kind of break immersion. There's a little bit of paint issue back there, like that rocket motor sitting there. I guess that could be a detailing thing, but the color, like you see, it's not painted underneath. So not a big deal. Again, that's not part of the category. You know, looks is not part of the challenge, but I would just clean that up, continue that green around. I might hide these microcontrollers that you can see the function on there. Maybe trade them out for regular microcontrollers because it looks, it's supposed to look like ribs and everything else, so it looks good. I like the design in here. It's really cool. It's neat that the wings fold. My main issues are the engine, like I didn't shut the engine off. See, the engine switch is, did I shut the engine off? Okay, the engine, again, shut itself off. The engine shouldn't die when I bring the throttle back. That's not good. That's really pretty dangerous. you should have it so that when you want to shut the engine off, you have to press a button, you have to shut the fuel off, you have to shut ignition off, something like that to kill the engine. So all I do is I would change the throttle so that the minimum value you need to keep the engine running, the idle, is set as the minimum value for your throttle. I do that. It flies really well. The landing gear was a little hokey. One of them got stuck. They're super fast. It jumps in the editor. So, I guess it's supposed to be launched in the beginner base, but again, if you built it specifically for my challenge, you knew I wasn't going to spawn it there. So, it's a little bit jumpy on the landing gear. But it's not the end of the world, it's not a big deal. It functions really well. I love the folding wings. I like the general design of it. You can see there's a little bit of paint issue there. Not a big deal. Some of the pink on it looks like an XML block is sticking through. I would clean that up. But overall, it looks really cool. It functions pretty well. It taxis fine on the water with just the propeller, but it also taxis well with the water propeller. It does not taxi on the land, which is a requirement. So get ding some points on that. I couldn't get this to taxi on the land. I tried steering off the runway, couldn't do it. And so if you have any other systems that are supposed to be on there, put them on the workshop page. All right, so I enjoyed using that, and we'll move on to the next one. And the next build is the Eagle PH-1 Amphibious VTOL. This is by Adventure 888. The Eagle P-1 VTOL is a heavy passenger aircraft used to ferry troops and civilians long distances. Cost 41,000, max distance 100 kilometers, top speed 55 meters per second, top water speed 13 meters per second, max fuel 2,200 liters. Takeoff procedure: turn on radios, radiators, keys on dash, throttle up to 1, press 2 to start engines. Warning: when taking off from hangar, the Eagle will try to lift off prematurely. Sure to keep it grounded while moving forward. Press down key to keep on the ground and press the W key to move forward. When converted to plane mode, the Eagle will lose altitude. To counteract this, pitch sharply up to regain altitude. Notes: this VTOL can make water landings and takeoffs. Before attempting a water landing, make sure the door to the cockpit is closed, otherwise you will sink. It is possible to taxi in the water. To do so, tilt the rotors down into plane mode and turn on the engines. Credits: Apple Door Controller, Bunu's 3D map, and Professor Incognito's VTOL controller. All right, so here we are with the Eagle. So give it a little lookaroo on the outside. Again, part of the looks are not part of the grading criteria, so you're not going to lose any points if I do make any commentary on that. But a little bit basic on some of it, but it's not the end of the world. I tend to go basic on some of my stuff too. Wings look a little bit basic, but not bad. So tilt rotor. What is that? Okay, so maybe generators looking for decoration there. We have fuel. Have some pontoons here. I wonder if they're supposed to look like tip tanks. They're floats, so I don't know what the floats are doing up there. Do they fold? I don't think they fold down. Kind of has like a Skytruck gear on it. A loading ramp there. Has one elevator in the center, a couple rudders. Twin tail is twin rudders. Split tail design. Okay, so we have a couple doors, it looks like. So we have a door here with simulated staircase. That's nice. A symmetrical door here. So nice. Gonna have to kind of jump up. It would be nice if we get some proper staircases eventually in game for parts, but it's always nice to see people's innovations on how they try to cope with some of these issues. A little bit bland on the inside. It's all monochromatic. It'd be nice to see, maybe a dark patch in the middle with a little bit of lighter patch, and then a different ceiling color to this. The white colors in game often get very washed out. Loading ramp, as you can see, it sits level. Sometimes people's loading ramp come down and lift up the vehicle, or make it sit weird. A lot of seating in here, a lot of parachutes. Could use some detailing in here. It's pretty basic on detailing. It's not the end of the world, but a little bit of detailing here and there is always nice to see. Some tools and a gun. Putting the gun in the back where the passengers go, passenger transport, we can do without. I do not fly with people having guns in the back of my plane. So we'll throw that out. If it's in the cockpit, fine, but not in the back with the hoi polloi. All right, more parachutes. Definitely enough parachutes. I think that's an ominous. That's a lot of parachutes. That's an ominous sign when there's this many. Ooh, okay. Break my head there. It's an ominous sign when there's that many parachutes that I may need one. So, all right. So compact pilot seat, passenger seat. Okay. So again, they labeled, or it is a passenger seat, but it's labeled as passenger seat, so I know where you want me to sit, which is good. H menu is VTOL starter brakes. Very basic layout and cockpit in here. A little bit more detailing again, very monochromatic. Like to see some smoothing on this jagged area here would be nice. Yeah, very monochromatic. Let's see. So turn on radiators. Okay, so they're just on for cooling there. Okay. Let's see. What are we doing next here? Throttle up to 1. Okay, throttle all the way up to 1. Press 2 to start engines. All right, and they said hold down the down key. So there is already a pitch in here of -0.10. I don't know how you're controlling the RPS. I don't know what you have in here for engines. Let me see. Can I see what these are? They look like the basic engines. They don't look like modulars. So it's probably banging off the rev limiter is what I would say. Yeah, it looks like it's banging off the rev limiter. It looks like they're rev limited to 20. Engine temp's coming up very fast. Let's see if we get any sort of ignition here. Hopefully not. If they're not modulars, they probably won't ignite. But it was coming up fast. It looks like it's slowing down. That's a little bit loud. If you're gonna have a super loud plane, you know, it's good to put a headset on there. Map. Okay, so very basic in here. Speed. I don't know what units this is. So I'm going to quickly look and see what the units were on here. It says meters per second, so it's in meters per second. So I always like to see units, so I would do speed, parentheses, MS. And that tells me what it is, because there's a big difference between me coming in to approach at 50 meters per second and me coming in to approach at 50 knots or 50 miles an hour or 50 kilometers. Artificial horizon, compass, altitude, fuel. Wow, we're burning fuel fast. Battery, water battery. Okay. Not sure what water battery is. All right, so let's go ahead and do we have brakes? 3. Okay. So let's start taxiing forward. So I'm just pushing the rotors forward. Let me check the brakes here. So I will come outside, check the brakes. I cannot see the tires to check the brakes here. So I want to check these brakes. I don't know if they're on or not, because I should be able to taxi. I could air taxi, but again, I have wheels. Part of the reason they put wheels on these vehicles is you can taxi them. I don't know if brakes are on or off, so let's press 3. Okay, so I'm not sure. So again, I don't know if there's a parking brake. I can't access the wheels. I'm just going to tap, start bringing that collective up. Okay, and so I'm going to go to about there. That's where it's getting like 0 mass. Okay, we're taxiing now. All right, so I just had too much down collective. Okay, so look at my elevator's going 2. That's fine for regular flight mode. That's fine. All right, let's turn. All right, so it's taxiing nicely on the ground. Looks like we don't have nose wheel steering, which is fine. You know, one of the reasons, you know, one of the things people often complain about is they'll talk about how the, you know, how we don't have enough, oh crap, how we don't have enough friction on the wheels. I would say one of the reasons that that was done too is so that, you know, your wheels don't bind up as much. So we're gonna taxi. So this is a VTOL. I can't put these props full forward. I'm gonna hit them on the ground, so that's fine. I am going to take off on the runway, though. That's part of the requirement because I want to be able to taxi. And so this is already taxiing much better than the last one. The last one was a struggle. This one's not the best taxiing in the world because that nose wheel doesn't turn, but it's not the end of the world because it will slide for me. So it's a little bit stiff, but it's not bad. And I can move it where I want to. So as you can see, I'm able to taxi, so I'm going to get right in the center line. We'll straighten this out. Last one I couldn't even turn, so this one is turning nicely. And so I can, you can see how I can put this right where I want it. I'm going to put it right in the center line, line us up for takeoff. All right, very loud though. What is that? Speed, okay. All right, let's start going up. So I'm going to take off all of the trim here. And I'm going to take off all the trim on WS. All right, and we'll take off all the trim here as well. All right, so I'm literally hands-off right now. All right, so you see it's pretty stable. If you look at the elevator is flicking a little bit. I would decrease the p-value, or I decrease the sensitivity on the gyro. That will get rid of that flicky. I'm a little concerned about that. So it said in the instructions that it will lose altitude when I go to, so I'm just pressing up and kind of controlling a little bit. It has the standard gyro, like super, you know, it has the nanny gyro on, which isn't my favorite. Like, I'm letting go and it tries to fly for me, which isn't a bad thing, but it makes it look more arcadey, but it flies nicely, you know, so you're not getting dignity points on that or anything. So let's go ahead and see, do we raise these gear? I don't know. So I don't see anything to raise landing gear, so maybe, maybe not. It doesn't look like it. Looks like they're stationary. Yeah, they're bricked in, so that's fine. All right, so let's see. VTOL. So it tells me. So I'll read the warning. When taking off from the hangar, be sure to keep it grounded. Press the down key. When converting to plane mode, the Eagle will lose altitude. To counteract this, pitch up sharply to regain altitude. So we're going to have to worry about that. So I'm going to press 1. No, I'm not pitching up sharply at all. I'm looking right at the horizon. So I was terrified of that for no reason. It doesn't pitch up sharply. It flies fine. So that's fine. Let's check our altitude loss. So I'm going to put it back in VTOL mode. So it's all automated, which, you know, we're not going into my personal preferences on this. You know, that's not part of the grading criteria. I personally like to have a little bit more interaction with it, but again, I'm not against a more automated system, and it works well. So I think, let's look at our altitude. Let's try to maintain altitude. I'm going to trim this sucker up to maintain altitude. All right, so let's trim. Okay, so see we're at 178, and we're pretty much keeping within 1 meter, I'd say. All right, let's press 1. My hands are off the keyboard. We actually gained altitude on that one. So yeah, I think you don't have to be worried about that. We actually gained a little altitude on that. So that wasn't bad at all. That worked out pretty well. So just do a little flying myself. I'm going to go back into VTOL mode, or forward mode. No, forward mode. That's something I would add, like, for example, I can't tell unless I do third-person camera, or look, I guess I could look out here, but I would just put a, you know, an indicator light, VTOL mode, something like that. What's our speed? So we're doing about 100 miles an hour. All right, we'll get ready for a water landing here, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to press 1, verify that's back in vertical mode. It is. Let's go ahead and land. And the engines are going to scream at me again. Hit control modulars, my personal preference, or put on a headset so that, you know, because that's all that's doing is it's bouncing off the rev limiter. You can tell it's revved up, it's limited to 20, and the p-value is too high on, you know, because of course they have a p-value in those other engines. You're just not controlling it, so it's as though a p-value is too high is what it's doing. So that's why it's kind of jaggedy, but. All right, so I'm taxiing here. See, I can taxi perfectly well. Let's go down a little bit here. I'm going to force myself into the water. So it says, make sure cockpit door is closed. Okay, so it's flooding. He did tell me that. They did tell me that, but that's because the back does not seal, I would say. So let's close this. I'm a little bit... I don't know. I have a little bit of issue with this. Not huge, but my issue is this, is it's amphibious, and most of my vehicle is inaccessible to me. Where's engine? Shut off engine. Probably throttle all the way to 0. So, like, all of this is inaccessible to me in the water. Which, you know, it's not the end of the world, but as you can see, it's like, that's inaccessible to me. You know, so is it really amphibious? I don't know. I think it is. It's fine, but would you want all the seawater inside your aircraft? Probably not. So, you know, but it's not really sealed. You know, as you can see, it's not really sealed. So I would kind of like to see it sealed for an amphibious, but I'm not going to ding it on that. If so, I might not get a point in Spirit of the Challenge, but I'll decide later. We'll see what everyone else has done, but. You saw. I will ding it because there are other builds that are fully sealed, and you have this one that water gets in. And so, is it fully amphibious? If you know, if I can't leave the cockpit, you know, that's probably why this hatch is here. But I can't go in the back, and my passengers are back there drowning. So, not the end of the world, but you know, it would have been nice. So I might ding it. You know, Spirit of the Challenge. Spirit of the Challenge, 1 out of 10. You know. The people who don't have it sealed, they'll lose 1 point. It's not the end of the world. Alright, so let's start it back up. Again, easy peasy. Let's get it out of the water. Alright, let's go. We're going to climb a little bit. I'm going to go low level, right into VTOL mode, and as you can see, it doesn't scare me. It's a little bit slow, and I had trim in too. You see how much trim I had in there, so that was mostly a me putting trim in issue than anything else. And where's my line? Alright, so I'm just taking out the trim I put on the collective there. Alright, so the gear are fixed gear. Again, I don't know if I have a parking brake or not. So I'm going to go into, press 1, go into vertical flight mode. So as you can see, it's really easy to fly. It's, you know, it's very arcadey, but it's not bad. It flies well. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Didn't like that, but what's it doing? Why is it not liking what I'm doing here? Did it? Okay. I'm pressing up on the collective now, and it's not doing anything. This is interesting. I don't know what's up with this. Okay. I don't have any weird trims in there. Okay, I might have just. I was trying to yaw, roll, and collective at the same time, which theoretically I should be able to do. I should be able to control all axes, but it seems like I just put too much load on the engines and they stalled out, which not the end of the world. Let's go ahead and we'll do a landing here. So it flies well. It's you know, it flies easily. It's very basic. It could use some design work, as you can see. Very basic here, and it's you know, it has like some sawtooth here. Everything is one color, it seems. So a little bit of coloration would be nice to see. The RPS banging off the limiter is a little bit annoying, but I could probably pull the throttle back a little to just stop the insanity on that. But I'd put a headset on the seat if it's going to be that loud. You know, it leaks, as you can see, so I can't have that door open. You did say that, but again, is it, you know, I'll take a point on Spirit of the Challenge for, you know, it not being truly amphibious, where it will go in the water, but it will flood, you know, so that's the issue. I can't open my cockpit door like that. You know, it would probably sink if I did that, so it's, you know, kind of ding it a little on that. Let's go ahead and shut the engine off. But in general, it flies well, it flies nicely. So thanks for submitting, I enjoyed using it. And the next build is the Sandflea Amphibious Multi-Purpose Helicopter. Nice thumbnail there, with its name on there, some good drop shadowing on there. So there's a video, some good pictures. I like the small size. It's very challenging to get a small vehicle to work. You know, part of it is just hiding the microcontroller, so I'm imagining the pontoons probably help with that a little bit. And this is by Glacialin. Sandflea, a simple and multi-purpose amphibious aircraft designed for those with adventure and accessibility in mind. This is an early prototype of a new line of multi-purpose helicopters designed to be small and efficient with leisure and work in mind. The overall small frame of the aircraft and exposed mechanics allows for plenty of benefits. The aircraft can be stored in far more places than your average form factor, allowing for stowing in the average consumer's workshop or yard. Refueling and engine maintenance is a breeze due to the engine's exposing design. Regarding the engine, it uses a small 8-cylinder diesel engine, keeping fuel costs low and efficiency high. There are 2 storage racks suited on both sides on top of the skis. The specific model includes extra seating instead of gear storage. Future models will be manufactured with specific use in mind. For example, a rescue variant may include first aid gear and a method of securing survivors, while a research variant may choose to host variant instruments. Specifications: mass 765, so real nice and light. Cheap 6300. Fuel 187 liters. Battery average speed 40 to 50. What's that? Kilonewtons per hour. Knots is KT, so I'm not sure what it is, but knots is KT. Operation guide. This model uses a technique called active flotation. To begin operations, simply seat yourself in the pilot seat and wait for the cockpit to slide towards you. Once the cockpit is no longer in motion, you may begin by increasing the throttle with the 1 key. This craft generally operates best at full throttle, although it can still operate at lower values. Your experience may vary. Throttle value may be viewed on the right side of the control panel. Once your throttle is raised, you may flip the ignition switch that is located on the right side of the control panel. It is also distinguishable by the fact that it is only switch on the control panel. It is highly recommended that when performing precise maneuvers or just whenever precision is required, that you enable the built-in gyroscope by pressing 6. I don't like a gyroscope. We'll see if I need it, but probably not. Landing on water. This model has its quirks when landing on water. As with any aquatic aircraft, waves are dangerous and should be avoided if possible. Yep, I'm not doing any waves on this. This aircraft in particular uses a specific method of landing in water. After slowly lowering the water, it is important that you keep your engine running. This is what the manufacturer calls active flotation, meaning the aircraft is not active, then floating is a no-go. So is that really amphibious? I don't know. We might get a ding on that. You know, if the rotor blades are holding it out of the water, it is not floating. That's pretty basic. You know, it would be like saying if I have a jet engine pointed straight up and the jet engine's floating. No, it's not. It's thrusting up. So we'll give it a look at that. Control view. Key press action. Okay. AD roll, WS pitch, left right yaw, up down collective, half, 1 and 2, throttle up and down. Okay. 6, auto hover gyro. This was made for Build Challenge Delta. All right, good. So let's go ahead and take a look. All right, so here we are with the Sandflea. Go ahead and take a look around. So nice design on the pontoons here. A little bit of XML work on the windshield there. Just pushing around for funsies. It's nice and light. A couple padded seats there for passengers. I do like the exposed engine. That's neat. Nice, simple, basic. The nice thing, again, it's very challenging to do a small build because the parts are just pretty big, and so I always like to see a small build because it is challenging. My bigger builds go a lot quicker because I don't spend all day figuring out where to put everything. So that's really neat how it closed the in. I'm going to jump out again. As you can see, that's pretty neat. I like that. That's a cool feature. All right. As stated before, 80s roll, WS pitch, left, right, yaw, up, down, collective, throttle 1 and 2 are up and down, and auto hover is 6. And there's one button. So engine RPS, temp, altitude, and meters. I assume it's knots. KT is knots. Fuel liters, battery, throttle, collective, artificial horizon, compass ball. So as you can see, I can get out, and it has like a ground idle, which I like because it's running slow. Let's go throttle up. So that's nice because it lets me just say I'm gonna go dump off people. If I want to leave it running, I can do that. I don't have to worry about it taking itself off. Let's check the no trims in there. Okay. And so To taxi a helicopter that doesn't that's on skids or skis or on pontoons, you do what's known as a hover taxi. So what you do is you come up a little bit off the ground, and then you just go ahead and you taxi like this, and you will generally follow the taxiways. So you would call ATC, they would approve a hover taxi. I've never flown helicopters, but the airport that I did most of my flight instructing, they had a helicopter school there, so we always heard them getting their instructions. And so you would get a hover taxi, and they would actually make them taxi to the runway if they're going to do a hover taxi, or they might have them taxi to a specific spot on the grass. So I'm not turning the gyro on. This flies really well without it. I don't want it on. You know, it flies really nicely. That's a nice testament to this person building their vehicle correctly. You know, I've kind of talked about it before, how if you need the gyro on in the auto hover status just to have it, you know, be flyable, it is not flyable. You're trying to make the gyro do all the work for you. This one I can fly with that auto hover off, and as you can see, no problem. So we're hover taxied nicely, behaves well on the ground. Let's go ahead and take off. And so I'm going to leave it at full throttle. We're just going to taxi down. We're going to fly here. So flying, let's go ahead and see what our speed is here. Our speed, right there. So doing a pretty good speed here. So I've collected full up. I'm just trying to get a little speed out of it there. About 40. What's that, knots? It definitely feels like knots to me. But behaves well, as you can see. I'm not, you know, I don't need that auto hover on to fly well. It's behaving predictably. You see how, like, this is how I like to fly. I do not like having that feeling of the auto hover on all the time. That feels very wooden to me. It feels like I'm not controlling the airplane. If I want to, you know, translate to the right, we'll do it here in a second. I want to translate to the right, and I want to slide right, and I want to maintain this roll attitude. I can do that. The auto hover, like, let's stick it on real quick. It always wants to center us, so when I push right, I can still do it, but look, it's making me descend. It's not letting me fly the way I want. If I take it off, I can translate right, and I can maintain my altitude, and I'm actually flying. This is a lot more fun for me. So this is with the auto hover off, and as you can see, it's definitely controllable. Now, one thing I saw in there that I want to test is it said that it has an active flotation system, which means that, to me at least, that the rotors need to be turning, which tells me that this is really not holding itself up. That it's not floating. So it's sitting in the water now. All right, let's go ahead. I'm just gonna bring the throttle down to 0 and see what it does. All right, so I wouldn't call this. This is gonna get dinged some on Amphibious, and this is why. So the engine is still on, but it's, you know, I just throttled down. How am I doing a rescue like this? The part of the point of having an amphibious vehicle, especially in this game, is to be able to put it in the water and then go do something. That's what amphibious is to me. Is, you know, to do that. You know, you're not losing all the points on it, but, you know, I'm gonna ding people at a point if it doesn't, like, actually sit in the water correctly. And you notice this, you know, it's like if I get out, man, you know, we're really in trouble here. Like, you can see, that's not really amphibious. You know, if I can't get out, go quickly to a rescue, like, you know, you talk about a rescue variant. Well, if it's a rescue variant and there's a boat right here, I should be able to land next to it, and I should be able to go grab the people. Now, you could say, yeah, you leave the engine running. I get that, but it's not really amphibious if it can't float on its own. So, again, you're not going to lose a lot of points. I'm going to give people 9s if their vehicle does this, but, you know, it's not going to lose a ton of points. It's just going to be one-off, you know. And one of the reasons I'm doing it is the main reason why I did an amphibious challenge is to make sure the vehicles could float. That was one of the main reasons I chose to do an amphibious challenge. That's why I made a couple seaplanes, and then I did the challenge. I've done many seaplanes, but, you know, I made quite a few seaplanes to make sure you could do it and that the vehicle could float. And it's not really amphibious if it can't float. And so it needs the engine to float. That's not really amphibious. It's not, I need to be able to leave this vehicle. If I have an engine failure, I should be able to land in the water and have it, survive. So again, you're not going to lose a ton of points on it, even though that's a critical part of the challenge. I'm going to just take a point off if people are like that. So I really love the design. Look of it's great. I really love this slide in and out. It's a cool feature. I like the lines of it. I like how, this being a very small vehicle is very challenging to hide everything in there, but you did a great job of it. Really love the design of it. It's really excellent. If I were you, I would love to see this thing float properly. If you could get this thing to float properly, which I know is tough in game, but that's one of the reasons why with this challenge, this is why I made it so that people could use the rocket glitch, people could use the pivot glitch, was because the whole point of this was to make your vehicle float. And this isn't really floating, and I think it's more than fair to take off a point if it's not floating at all, really. And I think that's certainly fair. But I really love this. This is an awesome design. Great paint scheme. Really nice detailing on the pontoons. Sometimes it's hard to get pontoons to not look ridiculous. I really like the lines of it. The tail boom looks really cool. Even though this is like one block and it's not much done to it, the good little bit of detailing, a little bit of black paint there really looks nice on it. So this is a great little helicopter. I love it a lot. Thanks for. And the next vehicle is the W-1P Amphibious Helicopter. So nice thumbnail here. I like the branding on there. It looks nice and clean, and it very inviting. Nice pictures in here. Really like the design of this one. This is really cool. Yeah, very cool. It's by Mr. G. It's in a collection, Mr. G Aero. So the W-1P, this helicopter is a simple little fun project I made for Captain Concopter's Amphibious Flying Challenge. W-1P stands for Water Enabled Single Turbine Pusher Prop, being the main functions of this creation. Intended primarily to be used as a simple to use run-around helicopter, it has 4 seats and easy-to-use features that allow for simple use in transportation, exploration, or some missions. The water taxi functions allows for a boat-like movement in the water with 0-point turning and decent speed. The float wheels can flip up while in flight and on water to reduce drag, has proper lights and signage for role play. I like having an embedded picture. This is neat. Pusher prop, talking about its different features. So pusher prop, single turbine, coax rotor, luxury interior, rotating landing gear. I've been interested to look at this landing gear. Taxi, water taxi mode. So I really like seeing an inline checklist here. This is a detailed checklist. I'm not grading people on how complex or how realistic your startup procedures are, but that's my preference. Again, that's not being graded, but that is, that's something that I enjoy. It gives a little bit more flavor to the build. And so that's great as long as you have a good procedure so I know what to do. And as you can see, really cool. This looks like the checklists I'm used to. They all did this with all the dots in between. Procedures before start, master power on, parking brake, set/release depending on takeoff material, passengers secured, data panel functional. Engine land start, throttle full open, master switch ensure on, nav lights on, beacon on, strobe lights on, rotor clear, starter clockwise, hold to engage. Okay, that's good, a hold starter. I like that. Throttle, do not adjust. They do this IRL is you see like where they have capitalized letters. That is for, so like, I put in capital letter things before like this, and people are like, why are you yelling? It's like, dude, it's not yelling. There were things before text in the internet. This is how they used to do them to show you that it was important. So ensure on. Do not adjust, because if it says like you quickly look at this and you see adjust and you're like, oh, I have to adjust my throttle. It's like, no, not. The one word you want to take out of that is throttle, not, and strobe lights on, so that's why they're capitalized. So RPS check, movement. After heli begins to hover around 9 RPS, landing gear once 10 feet in the air and floats clear. Engine water start. We'll go through this as we go through the different modes, but I'm just going to read the headers. So engine water start. If water taxi mode on takeoff, Okay, those are the things that should be on for the takeoff, maybe. Water taxi mode, WS for forward, reverse throttle, left and right arrows for turning, left or right without WS for 0 point. So you can kind of go W, left, right steer, or you can just do left, right to rotate. Specs, 11 meters, height from ground 5 meters, max speed 105 knots, 870 liters of fuel, power plant, single turbine, player seats 4, 17, 465. Some notes and warning. Pusher prop does not engage until the altitude has reached 10 feet. That's good. Nice safety feature. Do not disengage water taxi mode at full throttle. I suggest turning off the turbine and then deactivating the mode. And taking off as normal as described. Okay. So we'll have to look at that. Just keep that in mind. Again, I have no problem with that as a method. Just, the important thing is that I have been instructed on how to use the machine. The engineer designs the machine, the pilot is instructed, and then the pilot follows the instructions. That's why I really am a stickler on this. That's how things work. Engineers do whatever they want to build it. They tell us pilots how to operate it properly. If the landing gear gets stuck, just level out the flight and retry. That happens, just hung gear sometimes. Microcontrollers, highly modified Z. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this. All right, so we're going to start with this build in the editor, and one of the reasons I want to do that is if you look at the wheels do something really neat. This was something I've been wanting to check out. As you see, they start in the outward position, and so they'll likely rotate down. So you don't want to drag this down. It might still slide up, but it's set at a certain height so that it will do that. So let's go ahead and spawn it, and we'll take a look at the wheels. So you see, wheels come down. Really cool. I like that. That's a neat feature. Really nice to see that on there. We have some pontoons. Really nice shaping on the helo. This is bigger than I thought it was going to be, which is nice. I think we'll have good seating. Whoa, can I walk all the way into there? Look at that. Very nice. Walk in there. Oh, look at that. Microcontrollers. It's always hard on a tough build to hide microcontrollers. So nice work on that, hiding those. Nice paint job on here. Really cool paint job. Some nice detailing. I like the green and the white. I like the highlights in there, the accents. Have a flag on the tailplanes. So really neat. It has a I forget what that's called, but essentially it protects the rear rotor blades. Nice XML detailing on turbine exhaust there. Looks really cool. I like the exposed nature of it. Good detailing on there to make it both functional and look nice. Really cool work in here. Really good shaping in there. Looks like a refueling there. Some tie downs. All right, so let's go ahead and jump in. So 2 big gull wing doors. Nice work on the seats here. This is a neat. I always love to see how people do their seats. It's really neat to me. So using these door panels as seat backs, I don't think I've seen that before. I might have to use that on my couch that I just built because it looks like you paint those too. Looks like paint blocks in there as well. Yeah, there's some paint blocks here for kind of the stippling on the leather. Couple items here. Shut the doors. So nice. Doors are easily accessible. Usually, okay, so pilots on this side, co-pilot again. I don't have to guess. It's labeled. I love seeing labeling on there. That's good human factors. Tells me what seat you want me to sit in. Often helicopters have the pilot on the right. Doesn't matter to me as long as you tell me where you want me to sit. You can have me sit in the tail if you want. AD is roll. W is pitch. Left, right is yaw. Up, down is collective. 1 is landing gear. 2, water taxi mode. 3, spotlight / landing. And parking brake is that when you put that on, you go and you take a period of respite. BRAKE. I know everybody loves spelling correction. People correct my spelling all day long. I don't take it personally. Since we've all had cell phones that autocorrect for us, I don't think any of us can spell anymore. So trust me, people point out my spelling errors all the time, and so I don't do it to pick on anybody. I do it because I appreciate it when people point out my spelling errors. All right, procedures before start. Master power on. So we're going to go through the gauges. That's always something good to do. So redundant artificial horizons. Speeds and knots. KT is knots. Feet, FT. Nice to see units. I always like that. I know what the you know, there's a big difference between meters and feet. And one of the reasons I'm kind of a stickler on that is there have been many a plane crash where one airplane uses meters and they're told their altitude, and they come to go to a different country and they are told what altitude to go to in feet, and they misunderstand it. So, you know, it's usually the other way around. They've also had where they've asked for fuel and they've been given fuel in liters instead of gallons, or pounds, or kilograms, you know. And so these all are important, the different measuring units. So it's nice to tell me what units you're in. I assume that's liters, 800 there. Let's go ahead. We have our navs, beacon, strobes, heater. Have switch controls. Okay, so you have to press the button to be able to operate from the other seat. Dome light. Let's click that on. That shouldn't hurt anybody. I'll probably need power on first. And then we have redundant gauging on that side. Nice to see. Main bat, power, aux bat. Nice stippling up here on the roof. I like that. So nice detailing in here. Let's go ahead. Master power on. So I would just, you know, the only thing I would change is it says main bat power. I would just change it on the workshop page to say the same as this, main bat power. Just a nitpicky item. If I'm nitpicking, it's usually because nothing else I can find wrong with it. All right, master power on. Parking brake set. All right, so we do want parking brake set. So let me see where that is. So that is the parking brake. That is set with 4. All right. Often when an aircraft, especially light aircraft, no, most aircraft, when you're parked, they leave the brake off and they chalk them. But of course, you know, can't do that in game. So it's pretty normal to have to put the brake on. Passenger secured. I am. All right. Data panel functional. All right. So data panel. Where is that? So data panel. I don't see data panel yet. Okay, what is data panel? I am a little bit confused on that. So it says data panel functional. So let me see. Collective gear, taxi mode, spots landing, park brake. Engine on off. I don't know what the data panel is. Functional. It says data panel functional. I'm not sure. Maybe that's from, you know, it could be a copy paste error. I'll go with copy paste error, and I'm sure Mr. G will tell me if I'm wrong. So engine land start, that is where we are. So throttle full open. Okay. Master switch ensure on. It is. Nav lights on. Nav lights are on. Beacon is coming on. Strobes are on. As you can see, that's a nice flow. I knew where things were. They were easy to flow through. It wasn't like here, there, here, there, here. So that's good human factors. Let's see, rotor clear. We're clearing, make sure we're clear. We are. All right, starter, clockwise, hold to engage. And we're going to hold it. Clear instructions, you get clear results. You got light off. All right. Throttle, do not adjust. Again, not is highlighted so that I know not to do it. RPS check. I would, you know, one thing I'd add, I'm just going to quickly put a little down collective in here. I'm just going to put a little down collective in here. Get this to sit. All right. I would just note what RPS you want me to be at. You know, when it says RPS stabilize or RPS check, you know, it's good to have a range just so I know, you know, am I up to speed or am I not? But, you know, it's stabilized. I pretty much know I'm there. Movement. After heli begins to hover around 9 RPS. Okay, landing gear, 10 feet. I can bring up the gear, and then we're good to go. So it has Z's controller. I'm familiar with this. I've used it in a bunch of stuff. It's a little bit wooden for me, but we'll see how I like it. Mr. G has modified it. So see, this is it's actually not too bad right now. See, like my hands are off, and the helicopter is kind of, it's stable. It's a little overstable. Like, let me play with it. I'm gonna try to upset this sucker. Yeah, it's a personal preference thing. You know, there's nothing wrong. It's not going to get dinged for it. You know, um, I tend to like to have a vehicle that I'm controlling myself, and so like I have hands off now, which I can certainly see the appeal of this. And like I said, you know, nobody's getting dinged for this, but it's just personal preference. My personal preference is like right now I've let go of the controls. This flies for me. Personally, I like to fly my own craft, but again, that's all personal preference, and it flies beautifully. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna taxi here. So I'm going to go down on the ground again. Right, and I could tell it was Z's right off the bat because Z's is like a little bit wooden feeling. The Z controller. You know, it makes it fly arcade like if you're playing an arcade helicopter game, it makes it fly like that. You know, it's not like a Microsoft flight sim. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to do a little bit of a ground taxi. So parking brake's coming off. And then I'm just pushing forward with the rotor. And so as you can see, I can do a nice land taxi on this. We're gonna turn, and you can see it's taxiing beautifully. This is why I put taxiing in there, is it takes some effort to get a vehicle to operate well on wheels. It takes some effort to make an aircraft taxi well on the water. And so that's why I put those restrictions. It's to give you a point of competition with your fellow competitors. If we remember the Walrus was not a good taxier on the ground. And so, you know, that's a point of competition, you know, where you can lose some points, you can gain some points. So you can have a vehicle that, you know, may not fly great, but it taxis really well, it operates in the water, and so you can gain a point there, you might lose one somewhere else. All right, so as you can see, I was able to taxi out close to the line. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and take off my trim, and we'll go up, we're above 10 feet, and I'm going to go ahead and cycle the gear. Gear is on my seat. Okay, so that way we can watch them. So that is a known issue, Mr. G stated. They do get hung up. I'm just going to cycle them. I'm going to cycle them pretty quickly because we'll get phantom physics if we don't do that. That's a game thing. They have probably rough collisions and they clip. Not the end of the world. That's a game thing, not a Mr. G thing. You know, usually if it's a game thing that's causing your vehicle a problem, I don't gank it because it's not your fault. You didn't make the game. So get a chance to look underneath there. So some nice detailing under there. Really nice paint job on this. I love the paint job. Again, it flies pretty wooden. It's the Z controller. I expect it to fly wooden. You know, this is what I mean. I let go, it's gonna fly for me. You know, I can take my hands off. It's going to fly for me. And I certainly, like I said, I understand the appeal of that. Personally, you know, I spend a lot of time with mine trying to really get the not really aerodynamics, but the flight dynamics in there to try to make sure that I can take my hands off without the controller taking over for me. You know, so again, I have no issue with the Z controller. It's just, it's not my preferred method of flying. But this flies really well, and I can certainly see the appeal. And one of the reasons I like a little bit more hands-on flying is because, as somebody who flew aircraft professionally, you know what? I'll get bored if it flies for me. And you know, when you're an amateur, you kind of appreciate the help a little bit. And when you're not an amateur, you resent the help. You're like, why is it doing this? I want it to be controlling, you know, because you know you're the professional. So. That's why I tend to personally like a little bit less of a restrained control method. But this is flying beautifully, as you can see. I can put it wherever I want. We can strafe. I can put it wherever I want. You can imagine I'm trying to do a rescue, and I'm able to put it right where I want. I have to do a little bit of extra controlling because I'm fighting that Z system the whole time. But you know, that's again, it's making up for. You know, somebody who may not know how to fly perfectly correctly, you know. All right, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to do the water taxi mode. I was told in the instructions, again, that in order to get out of water taxi mode, I have to shut the engine off. This is perfect because I want to shut this engine off at some point. So that's engine start. If water taxi mode on. Okay, so let's set this up. So where is water taxi mode? Is 2. Okay. ensure throttle set to 0. Okay, 2. Okay, ensure throttle set to 0. Ensure engine ignition is off. Okay, master switch on. Yep. Nav lights on, beacon on, strobe on, throttle full open. Okay, that's to start. Okay, so we're gonna turn in the water taxi mode. So I might be able to water taxi. See, that came on. Probably can water taxi with the props, with the rotors on, but I do need to restart the turbine. I think he said if not. So let me start the turbine back up. I think I screwed up. Okay, water taxi. That's fine. We'll start up like this. Throttle set to 0, off. Water taxi mode on. Master is on. Throttle full open. So I'm following the instructions. So I won't try to guess. I'll control it via how I was told to. Rotor clear. Throttle do not adjust. RPS check. Movement. Once RPS is reached 9. Okay. And landing gear remain up on the water, which makes sense. So it appears like it is changing the configuration, probably of some of the way that some of the things work to make it operate. So what I would assume, this would be my assumption, Mr. G can tell me if I'm wrong or right, is the way that you do a coaxial to do things like yaw, roll, pitch, you have to put in certain values. And so if you're on the water and it's probably changing it to a different mode, and then you have to restart the engine to kick it back into the old mode to fly properly. So I'm doing left and right. That's allowing me to go. That's allowing me to rotate. It looks like, see how slow the rotors are going? So in water taxi mode, it also appears that the rotors are much slower. You can see the pusher is pushing us. So this operates really well in the water. So I am able to steer while going forward, or if I let go, I can do a 0-point steer. So I'd assume that's what it's doing, is it's changing to configure the rotors and the pusher props to only to work in the way that's best for it to actually operate in the water. Let's put it that way. All right, so let's go ahead and I just want to read this line. It said, do not disengage water taxi mode at full throttle. I suggest turning off the turbine, then deactivating the mode and retaking off as normal. And that's what I shall do. So we're going to go ahead and shut down the turbine, and we'll do a restart in the water. All right. So water taxi mode is off, and we're ready to do our start on the water here. So throttle full open. Master switch ensure on. It is. That's how the real checklists are. It will say ensure on. It will say, because you never shut it off, but in order to make that mode on, and that allows you to start at different points in your checklist. So that's correct how they're usually done. All right, nav lights on, beacons on, strobes on, rotors are clear, starter. All right, and again, RPS do not adjust. All right, so we'll let the RPS come up. It was around 11.6 last time. So it's nitpicky, like I said, asking for a specific RPS range or something. I don't need it, but generally, as you can see, watch it, you'll see it will go up to like 11 something stop. Yep, so we know it's up to where you want. One thing I do on one of my helicopters, I have a green light come on when it's within the right range. I've never flown helicopters, but I've watched some people who are instructors flying helicopters. One of the things that's important is rotor RPS and torque. And essentially, if you overload, like you go for a number of things, like say you go up at a high altitude where the air is thinner, you might not have enough RPM to maintain altitude. So you have things like that you have to consider. All right, so let's see. All right, landing gear stays up. Let's go ahead and we'll take off. So again, I'm holding the up arrow, holding. Okay, it looks like it's still, okay, the lights are on. I didn't shut off water taxi mode. Okay, my bad, that's my bad. Okay, my bad. All right, where is water is 2. All right, so you can see it changes the, I just tested it out right there. It changes the way the rotors work. Okay, there we go. So that should, I assume that's clicking over some sort of numerical switch box. I have the collect. Okay. It took off around, took off a little early. We're all right. So I screwed up that was my issue with the procedures. And I'm just kind of looking through here. Takeoff. Water taxi mode on. Okay, I'm just looking through some of the stuff. I'm curious, is it tilt-based, the pusher prop? Let's see. Yaw, collective gear, water taxi. So I'm not sure how that. Okay, so I can see if you look at the propeller, you can see it does have a pitch on it. So let's stop. Let's bring back and look at the pitch in the pusher prop. So when I go forward on my pitch, it's giving me pitch. So it is acting like a real helicopter would do, where in a real helicopter you don't have to go like this to go forward. So it's supplementing the speed with those pushers. So that's nice. That's subtle. But very, very easy to fly. You know, it has some good procedures. I really like that. Really love the look of it. I love the workshop page. A lot of good detail in there, a lot of modes. But even though some of the things were complicated, you know, I realized when I screwed up, and it was not my fault. It was my fault that I screwed up. And it was my fault that I screwed up because I was clearly given instructions and I didn't follow them correctly. You know, when I don't have the correct instructions and I screw up, it is not my fault because nobody told me how to operate your machine. Remember, you're the engineer. So these are getting sticky. Just keep recycling them until they fix themselves. There we go. So they like to be perfectly up and down, it seems, or they don't want to go up, or they don't want to go down. But flies really well, you know, and so, you know, the only screw up was mine, was not reading the instructions. So, flies really well. Like I said, it's a little wooden for me. I like a little bit more free controlling than the Z gyro offers, but that's personal preference, and I don't ding anybody on that. That's personal preference on there. But really, really great. Let's go ahead and I'll taxi this in here, and we'll shut it down. But so it is kind of neat having the water taxi mode. It changes up the rotor blades probably and the pusher prop to make it so that it will taxi a little bit better on the water, which is neat. I like that. Small spelling error on park brake, but again, nitpicking. I do appreciate it when people point out spelling mistakes to me. You know, we all do them now because, you know, the phone does it for us, and so kind of expect that to do it for me. All right, but I really enjoyed this. A lot of great detailing in here. You can definitely see that this is a lot of work and some refinement in here. So great build, and I really appreciated testing it out. And the next build is the AH-01 Amphibious Helo Glenfield. All right, nice picture there with branding on there. All right, this is by Mr. Black Beaver. Another previous winner. Mr. G was a previous winner, and Mr. Black Beaver was a previous winner. All right, Glenfield AH-01 Amphibious Helicopter. Nice picture in here. I like this on the good workshop detail in here. Under no circumstance should anyone repost this vehicle without my permission. If you significantly modify both the looks of the vehicle and logic and wish to post it, contact me prior to posting. I feel like it's worth mentioning I'm not an aircraft expert. I really don't know much about aviation. Any tips or operations that I get wrong in the description of the vehicle is due to that fact that I just researched the general basic operation of helicopters. Feel free to mention if I got some wrong. I'm open to suggestions. Description. If you need a helicopter that is good for transport and rescue operations, look no further than the H-01 Amphibious Helicopter, trademarked. Sporting a 14-cylinder supercharged engine, there is no task that this helicopter can't handle unless it can't handle it, of course. This helicopter also has a range of 100 plus kilometers, which means you can definitely take it to the Arctic if need be. Why I can't read, I don't know. With fuel to spare. And before you ask, this helicopter has a good cooling capacity where the temp only really gets to about 65 degrees Celsius before it levels out. This also happens to be the first successful helicopter, as all my other ones had engine problems, which made me get burnt out of helicopters real quick in regards to helicopters in general. But now I have since fixed the engine problems and no more with engine problems. That's nice to hear. Now is the era of running these engines hard. I was inspired to make this helicopter for Captain Cockrell's Build Challenge Delta. So I'm glad that you have made your way back to the demon that is the helicopter. I'm working on one myself. Many a pulled out hairs at times. They can be challenging. Features sub 40 grand, 100 plus kilometer range, functional heading hold, 2 modes, functional altitude hold, equipment needed for career, simplistic instrument panel designed for less experienced aviation people, 70 plus knots max speed with ducted fan activated, good cooling capacity, rated up to 50% wind, water landing. So I'm going to do them at calm anyway, but it's good to see that it can handle some. Space for 7 NPCs. That brings up the usability. I didn't want to, the goal wasn't to make an impossible challenge here. That's one reason I'm doing weather calm. If it can handle more, that's awesome because you can go out in 50% wind and go do some rescues and play it in games, so your build's more usable. Manual bilge pumps to pump out water of fuselage. Startup procedure. I won't go through all that. I'll do it as I go through it. Takeoff. We'll go through that as I do it. Useful flying information. If you fly above 100 meters off the ground, up, down will be added to your pitch to make it be easier to look around the cab with your mouse. You can use the ducted fan to gain additional speed, around 20 knots extra. You can use the altitude hold in conjunction with the ducted fan to have a nice smooth ride without having to manage altitude. My ability to read is going out the window. So we'll go through all these procedures as I do them. I'll read the ones I'm not going to do, though. Fuel instructions. There are 2 ports. Known issues. If you go crazy in the collective pitch and yaw, the engine will bog down. On a previous version, the torque of the engine wasn't enough to get the rotor RPS back up to speed. So I've added 7 cylinders, and it seems to perform better. And I don't think it will stall anymore, but I would go easy. So this is something that's realistic. Your engine only has a limited amount of torque. And if you think about it, when the rotor is just spinning, right, it's not doing much. When the tail rotor is spinning, it's not doing much. Once you start pitching those blades, it's as though you were like swinging, a paddle around, and then you put the paddle in water. It now has a lot of resistance, and your arm can't pull it as hard anymore. Your arm is the engine, and so that will often happen. That happened on one of the builds where I think it was the Eagle, where I did it on purpose to see if I could upset it a little bit. And so I did a roll, yaw, and pitch all at the same time, and it bogged the engines down. So that's fine. Again, that's just something you need to know. And that happens in real helicopters. You have to watch torque and RPS to make sure you don't do that. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Glenfield here. So I forget the model that the Sikorsky, I think, that looks kind of like this. I like this design. This is neat. It's kind of got a real nice butch nose on it. I like that. I like the shape of it a lot. I like the pontoons. Look nice. Nice color scheme of a maple leaf and Zabiva on there. This is numero dos, so I'm curious where numero uno is. Nice detailing on here. Looks like we have some lighting on there. Or is that a faked radar up top, potentially? All right, let's go ahead and look in here. So, is there anything in the back? I don't know. We have a medical bed. We have some seating. Nice little bit of detailing in here. Like these, here are bilge pumps here, as you can see. We can pump out if we do the unthinkable. We can have a friend help us. That's neat. I've been wanting to put some bilge pumps in, some manuals, but I have to do it. Nice to see a side door here. There, so this is probably, I would say this is for ground, and this is for the water. So that's nice to see. All right, let's see. Did you label your seats? You did. Look at that. Prince. Prince. AD's roll, WS pitch. Left, right is yaw. Up, down, collective. People using standard controls are already beautiful. Mwah. Chef's kiss. 1 is throttle up, 2 is throttle down, 5 ducted fan for speeds. All right, good. So let's go ahead. We're in here. So once in the pilot seat, hey, we're there. Set up-down trim to any number below 0.25. Okay, so we'll hold the Alt key, up-down trim anywhere below 0.25. So that's just to keep it on the ground. I'm not going to touch the X that was most likely for a little bit of yaw trim. This is to ensure the helicopter can spin up to the desired RPS without taking off from the ground. That makes sense. Make sure you have a good amount of diesel in your fuel tanks before starting the engine. If not, refer to fueling instructions. So there are fueling instructions. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go through the panel really quick. Wind speed, transponder blip, transponder, knots, engine temp bearing, release gear brake, hold current heading, okay, a screen, auto hover, landing gear, monitor, fuselage bilge, luckily we're dry at the moment, altitude, engine RPS, this is our X and Y position, outside temp, and artificial horizon. Let's go through up here, engine start, fuel tanks, looks good, battery charge, fuselage heaters, instrument lighting, we have fake gauges, air pump. I'm curious what the air pump's for. We'll see later. Fuel valve, strobe lights, landing lights, beacon, nav, systems, master power. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and go through here. So we have plenty of diesel. That was instruction 2. Turn on these following switches located on the overhead instrument panel. That's nice to see. I don't see that a lot. It says turn on master power. It's nice to see turn on master power on the overhead switch. So this is nice. Tell me, look at the overhead panel. That gets me looking in the right direction. It keeps me from having to zoom around too much. I'm amazed that people who especially review other people's crafts don't just quickly look at the buttons first, because that way I tend to remember quite well at least where the region they are. So that's kind of nice to see this person put that on there. All right, so they're on the overhead instrument panel, master power systems. So master power systems, nice. Okay, air pump, fuel valve. Hey, look at that, master power systems, air pump, fuel valve, nice flow. All right, we like a flow. Nav lights. Hey, well, how can I find these so quickly? They're so easy to find. Landing lights and beacon. So lighting, I'll follow your way. I would just do beacon to start it, but that's you're the boss. Once you flip those switches, press the engine start button on the overhead console. Okay. So it is toggled, so we don't have to touch it. All right, engine is up and running. So it says wait until flight RPS on the center console has been reached. All right. So where is it? So that was stall RPS. So you probably didn't see that light went out. So there was a yellow light, I think. I looked at it quickly, and then we got the green light. This is something I really like to see. That was a comment I made on Mr. G as well. It's always nice. I like to see a flight. You don't have to do it, of course, but it's something that's cool to see is a light come on telling you, hey, you're at the RPS, you should be for flight. I've said before, like some of my builds, I'll put a ground idle. So when I'm on the ground, it idles lower so I can taxi and it won't take off. You know how he had me put in the negative 0.25 or greater? That's to make sure it doesn't hover on its own. What I do is I start it in a ground idle, which is actually one of the things they often do. It will spin the engine slower, and that will make it so that it's impossible for you to take off, but you have enough power to be able to taxi. And then when you're ready to take off, you go to flight idle. And so again, that's personal preference, but I really like that. It tells me, hey, green means go, don't go before that. Pretty easy, self-explanatory. It's nice. All right, let me see. So we're set now. We're ready to refer to the takeoff procedure. So step 1, once flight RPS has been reached, start to throttle the engine up, max around 14. Turn on the strobe lights and on the overhead console. Recommend turn on auto hover, but it's not needed. Yaw trim. So the 0.02 is what I guessed is yaw trim. So it starts with yaw trim. In real life, you have rudder pedals in a helicopter and airplane for a reason, to use them. They're not just there for decoration. In like a twin-engine jet, you have yaw damper. You don't use them much when you're actually flying. But in helicopters, when the rotor is torquing you, your foot is moving to counter it. So that's pretty normal. So trim is nice to see. So let's go ahead. We're going to actually taxi. Let me make sure. I'm looking for, there was a gear button here. So landing gear, auto hover. Release gear brake. Okay, so nice clear here. Release. It tells me that it's on already. So release gear brake is on. That tells me that they're released. So I'm going to start to taxi. I'm going to push forward. It taxis. It's yaws nicely on the ground here. Let me make sure the brakes, I didn't just click the brakes on. Okay, so why am I not taxiing here? I'm gonna go outside really quick and see what's up with this. Brake false, variable brake. Okay, so I'm just gonna... I didn't want to be too rambunctious with it, so it's probably I have too much collective trim in there. As I'm trying to go forward, but I can't because probably have too much collective trim in there. Take out a little bit. This happened on one of the other builds. So now we can move. So if you put in too much collective trim, sometimes it will put too much pressure on the brakes, on the wheels, and you can't get them to roll. So as you can see, I'm able to taxi. You know, one thing, like I was saying, is if you make it so that it has a ground idle, you can make it taxi without pitching up like this because it won't have enough thrust to pick the vehicle up, but it will slide you. So it's not a big deal, but it's taxiing. I'm able to taxi it fine on the ground. I'm able to move. I can yaw. And, you know, some people had asked for, you know, me to do hover taxis. So hover taxis are fine. So I don't gank anybody on points as long as I could hover taxi. So we'll finish it with a hover taxi. So I'm just going to hover taxis. All right, we're getting a warning there of low RPS. So let's see. All right, let's go ahead and let's do the... I'm going to do the takeoff procedure. So it's starting to... Okay, we're back up to green. All right, turn on the strobe. Where's strobe? Strobe's on. Trying to do it quickly. Auto hover. I don't want it on. Auto hover for added stability. 2 yaw. Press up down until it is at 0. Okay. That's 0. Press start until you're successfully off the ground. So it gives me the warning, but it's flying. Okay, I can't go up anymore. It's starting to have issues. So I'm holding the up collective, and it is having issues here. Ugh, that's unfortunate. Let me see. I'm going to take out the yaw trim just to try to give it a little more power. Yeah, it doesn't like it. Let me throttle up. Okay, it was a throttle issue. Does it tell me to throttle up? Let me look. I don't see it. Wait until flight RPS. Okay, so there, I would put on your startup procedure or put on your takeoff procedure. Yeah, put in your takeoff procedure to throttle up. That's what I would do because see, I'm throttling up now, and I'm fine. Okay, so I would put that on your... I think that was omitted on your takeoff procedure. I'm looking at the takeoff procedure. I don't see increased throttle. So what I would do is put on your takeoff procedure, increase throttle to X RPS, and that fix it. It doesn't say it. You know, that's why one reason I try to follow the instructions is, you know, quickly see if there's an issue. But flies well now, so that makes sense. Okay. Once off the ground, lift the landing gear with the button in the center console and turn off the strobe lights and landing lights as well. You leave the strobe lights on the entire flight. That is a aircraft thing. So another thing you had on there that's not a big deal, but you know, Mr. Black Beaver asked in the workshop page for some aviation tips, and so I'll just do a couple critiques while we're flying here. On your startup procedure, generally, again, do it however you like, but generally what you do is you turn on the beacon first, and the beacon is kind of a universal signal to people that the aircraft is active and that likely the engine could start. And so that tells people stay away from inlets for jet turbines, stay away from exhausts, stay away from propellers, stay away from rotors. And so generally what you do is before startup you would turn on your beacon. That tells everybody, hey, get away. And then once you're up and running, you would taxi out with your beacon on. At night, you would, or in bad weather, you taxi out with your beacon and your nav lights. If it's dark and you need your landing light or your taxi light, sometimes it's landing/taxi, it's one light, you would turn that on to just be able to see at night. If you don't, like we used to taxi with the lights off. You know, most commercial pilots hate light. at night, and so we would taxi with no lights on. We'd have nav and beacon on, but we wouldn't taxi with the taxi light on. Sometimes taxi lights usually fine, but definitely not landing lights. And then you turn on your landing lights and your nav lights. You turn on your landing lights, navs, and strobes during the day when you're ready for takeoff. And at night, you would turn on your strobes and landing light. So that's just an aviation thing. Mr. Black Beaver had asked for some tips, so put that in there. Let's go ahead and I'm going to scroll down to water landing procedure. I'm also going to quickly cycle the gear. So this is neat. I think this is how the gear go in the real one. Is that you see they just go up a little bit. That's neat. That cuts down drag on the water. That's all it's doing really, is cutting down the drag, and you get a little bit of air resistance drag reduction by being up in the nooks there. So let's go ahead. Water landing procedure. The water landing is generally the same as the ground landing with a few differences. Do not land the helicopter in water with winds above 50%. If you do that, you risk the helicopter capsizing. Do not extend landing gear for a water landing. You can use the heading hold to make sure you do not spin in place in the water. So we'll go ahead and do that. I'll just click that on. That's a feature that I haven't touched yet, so let's do that. All right. Oh, a little bit grabby, but that will just hold the current heading. All right, and it says, and that's it. So we can just land. So I'm gonna touch down in the water. All right, and I'm going to throttle us all the way back. So I'm bringing our throttle back again. I want to see, does the sucker float? You know, again, that is part of the challenge. That's why I allowed people to use all the flotation glitches. It's an important part of the challenge to make sure things float in an amphibious vehicle. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to do a quick and dirty here. Where are we at here? Trying to find the engine here. Right here. I'm just going to see how it floats. And as you can see, it floats pretty good. I can get out of my seat. I can go around here. As you notice, we have no water intrusion. I can open the hatch. I can go out. You know, I kind of picked on Galatians, which I really liked. I want to get the name right. It's I always have problems pronouncing it. Send me a pronunciation if I get your names wrong. I try to make sure I get everyone's name right if I can. Glacialan. For Glacialan's helicopter, it didn't float in the water. This does, and so, you know, again, I'm trying not to pick on them, but I'm just explaining why, you know, I will gank people a point for that. Is, as you can see, Mr. Black Beaver, he put in a lot of engineering time, took the effort to make sure his vehicle floated properly, and that's effort, and so you get rewarded for that effort. Not that somebody else didn't put in effort, but again, you get rewarded for the things you do well, you know, and so it's not fair to other people who made sure their vehicles floated correctly for you to get the same score as them if yours doesn't. So that's why, you know, like I said, I'm taking a point, so I think it's more than fair. So this floats beautifully, and as you can see, I'm not opening this door. Actually, I will. It's locked. Look at that. That's good. That's a beautiful feature. Lock the door. I just wanted to test the pumps out. I was going to crack it really quick and then pump. But as you can see, we can use this door still. We can go in and out here. We have a nice big door to get people and cargo in on the ground. And so that's neat. I really like that. But as you can see, this floats beautifully. That really floats beautifully. And so that's a great job on this. And that's why I'm taking some off for the people whose vehicles do not float all that well or are not really amphibious. This one is. The person took the effort to do that. They're getting the extra pointage for that. So let's go ahead and let's go to... I should be able to just start it up, I think. So let's click it. And so let's see. Fueling instructions, water landing, ground landing. All right, I'll kick the ducted fan on. I bet my my RPS was set too low, and I also didn't put enough down collective. What is in? Oh, the heading holds now. The heading hold was what was doing that. The heading hold kept trying to turn me back. That's what I was like. What is it doing? So ground landing procedures. Turn off ducted fan before landing if you have it on. Realistic operation tip: if landing at an active runway to taxiing a hangar, you should have your strobe light on. it could be a country thing, but in the US, you do not taxi with your strobe lights on. It's a good way for people to yell at you because people do not want to be blinded on the ground with a strobe light on. Even during the day, strobes are annoying. You want your beacon light on. Your beacon is the red flashing light. The beacon is not annoying. The strobes are massively annoying. So you would not want your strobes on. So that's just an aviation thing. Beacon on, strobes off until you're taking off. Slow down to hover in the air where you wish to land, extend the landing gear, and turn on landing light. If you need a more fine-tuned landing, you can use the monitor off the center console to see the camera pointing in parallel with the landing gear legs. For more information where your craft is, start to descend slowly till you touch the ground. Put in the trim. Press 3 to reset the throttle of the engine. Okay. 6 optional. If you plan on turning off the engine, do the startup procedure backwards. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to go full throttle. So I would add that again to your takeoff procedure. Go full throttle or tell me what RPS you'd like me to go to before takeoff. I'm going to go ahead and shut off heading hold. Let's go take off. Takes off nicely. Let's go turn the monitor on. So as you can see, we have a camera right underneath us. Something we didn't look at. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the ducted fan. Speed. It's a little bit tough seeing in here with this, you know, with the quote-unquote basic panel is, you know, one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of these particular gauges, I have to put my cursor over it. Like I can see, you saw in the Walrus how I could kind of find where my approach speed was. It's not the end of the world in a helicopter not to know your speed, but an airplane you really need to know, so you want it somewhere accessible, but it's not a big deal. I'm going to shut off the ducted fan. We're going to go ahead. You know, in real life, you don't put your landing gear down right before you land. Like, if I was coming in to land, I would probably put my landing gear down now. And if I can find it. Where is it? Where's the landing gear? Where's my gear? Gear. I'll find it in a second. I'm just trying to not... drive like an idiot, fly like an idiot too, so. Landing gear, right there. So, you know, in real life, you put your landing gear down pretty early, and one of the reasons is to make sure they're down. They take some time to go down, you'd forget them. If you do them last second, you'd forget them. So you put your landing gear down because you still have to run a checklist. And so in real life, what you do is you put your landing gear down, and in jets, and fast jets especially, you need the landing gear to slow down or you won't be able to slow down. And so the landing gear, you need the drag from the gear to slow down. And so like we would put them out miles out. You put your landing gear down. At 1,000 feet for an approach in an aircraft, in an airplane, you know, we had to be stabilized. If we weren't stabilized, we had to go around, and that's part of that's gear down. And so you needed the gear down for miles before you approach. But that's just, you know, I just bring that up because Mr. Black Beaver was asking for aviation things. So lands really nicely. So what I would recommend is instead of, let me try something here. Let me go like this. Okay, so see how it's like a little bit up? Let me go down on your throttle, on your thrust. And let me see if I can control this with RPS. So I'm going to see if I can control this with RPS. If I crash, it's my fault. I'm just trying something here. So I'm going all the way down on the RPS. Now I'm going to try to bring the throttle all the way down. Okay, so my throttle is all the way down. It's still trying to get too much of a bite out of the air. Not a big deal, but, you know, so that's fine. You just need to have a little bit of the down trim. But this is a great helicopter. It floats beautifully. I love that. I really like the interior detailing. It seems like a very usable craft in-game, which is awesome. This is a true amphibious craft. I was able to taxi it on the ground. I'm able to easily land it on the ground. I'm easily able to fly it. And it operates in the water. It floats. I can get in and out of it, so I can go do rescues. Again, part of the game is doing the missions. Again, you don't have to, but if you wanted to take Mr. Black Beaver's craft and go do a mission, you could. And it floats, and you could land it in the water, and he says up to 50% wind, which is pretty respectable. And you could go do any of the missions, and then you can swim back in. You can put your victims or your rescues in the back. So it works really well. So I really enjoyed using this. Thanks for posting it. And the next build is the LC-145 Super Scooper. All right, so interesting one picture here. You have some, this looks like kind of like a 1980s ad to buy the plane, which is kind of neat. LC-145 Super Scooper, amphibious, robust, versatile, reliable airliner, airframe, 100% Maple Leaf guaranteed, stall capable, 500 kilometers range, 130 knot cruise speed, carries up to 6 passengers. By Thermite, no step on snack. Captain Cockerell's Gaming Build Challenge Delta Amphibious Aircraft Challenge. Land, air, and sea need conquering all at the same time. There's an old, outdated piece of machinery for that. The LC-145 Super Scooper, along with having a funny name, fits the bill. After serving as a water bomber for years, this old bird found its way to a Benton airplane store junkyard. A car entrepreneur, then staller, borrowed the investment, and refurbished it into a pathetic, outstanding amphibious airliner with stall capabilities. Due to the lack of any formal aeronautical education, the young scallywag made some unique design choices that will in no way hamper the effectiveness of the aircraft in any way whatsoever. He is directly quoted saying, "Trust me, bro, it'll work." These statements have been yet to be confirmed for their accuracy. The water bombing days are gone for this beefy amphibian, as the tanks have been filled with numerous microcontrollers stuck together with roughly the orderlinesses of the aftermath of a antimatter explosion. Please do not even bother trying to return your faulty airplane purchase through wish.com. You're stuck with it and may be in it. Statistics. Statistics dimension. I've had enough of that. Statistics: length 20.25 meters, wingspan 28.75 meters, height 8 meters, mass 7,931. I don't know, what are those, unicorns? What unit's that? I assume kilograms. Capabilities: max speed 140 knots, cruise speed 130 knots, max altitude 20,000 feet, cruise altitude 10,000 feet, range 500 kilometers at 103 knots. 2 supercharged 36-cylinder 1x1 modulars. Those are big. Fuel capacity 10,400 liters. Features: no digital gauges. Steam gauges is best gauge. I agree with that. Controllable from captain or first officer seat. 6 passenger seats plus 3 crew. Captain, first officer, and flight attendant. Amphibious. Flyable on 1 engine. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice feature. Functional flaps. I've been wanting to do that on my own stuff, but I just can't be bothered to tie them in. Functional flaps, functional stall warning, pre-flight checklist. We'll go through that. We'll go through that in the thing. Let's see. Nice to see checklists. Again, if I screw something up and you said, "Hey, do it like this," it's my fault. If I have to guess and it gets screwed up, it's not my fault. So that's good. So really like that workshop page. I always like Thermite has a good story in there and makes it interesting to read. This is a good way to get some points. You notice that it's not as, it doesn't have as much pizzazz as some of them, but it has a cool story and it makes me want to try out the build. It makes me interested. It gets me engaged. So that's fun. I like that. All right, here we are with the Supper Scupper. So some nice riveting design here. So has that riveted look. Again, remember, this came from a junkyard kid. Nice. Has its tail number there. Has a little wing fence. I don't know if I think they're referring to those wing fences. It depends. There's some technical nonsense to it. Some interesting gear. I've tried some of this type of gear before. It's not easy, so that's always good to see some challenge on that. A little bit sawtoothy in the back, but you kind of have to do that to narrow down the tail unless you can XML 1,000 blocks. There's a rudder, kid. There's the, not really a tail number if it's there. It's a designation number, we'll call it. So nice. Let's go. I saw somebody do a review and they couldn't find the door button. I have no problem. All right. Let's see. Door. Let's shut the door, kid. So this appears that it is sealed. So again, that's a good part on there. Cabin lights. Ooh. Really like these seats. These seats look nice. They're pretty basic, but they look nice. They, yeah, they're basic, but they're well done. Have your no smoking and seatbelt signs on there. Nice detailing on there. I wish that they would allow us to have a little checkbox. Do we want to be able to have one pipe on the headrest or 0 pipes on the headrest. That way you could make it so you didn't see the hole. You know, that's devs. Let's do that. Oh, look at that. I'm going to drink my coffee. My Boston accent is authentic. My little bit of New York I'm throwing in there is probably pretty bad. First up. Oh, I thought it was my personal captain's cup, not. I feel less entitled now. There's the flight attendant's jump. Oh, look at this. We have a hatch and a ladder. Hatch and a ladder. We can get up on the roof. Timmy, don't step on the asphalt. Nice, nice. So we can get up here. That's kind of a cool feature. Like that. I really like the carpeting. The carpeting screams 80s to me. I actually have to do something similar. I'm building an 80s boat, and this gives me some inspiration for doing that, but I really can't do it in mine. But I love the carpeting. The carpeting is kind of that 80s airliner crap carpet. I really like it. Let's go ahead and look at the menu. So I jumped in the left seat. AD roll, WS pitch, left right yaw, up down is throttle, ooh beautiful, space brake. This is one of the few people who has actually, one of the only people so far I believe that has labeled, somebody else did have a brake on there, but labeled what brakes. There were a couple on there, I remember now. But always nice to have brakes. I tend to use space. I like that just because it's quick and easy to grab it. It's like, oh crap, something's happening. Prop pitch, I like to see a variable pitch propeller. Water steering left and right, so that'd be the rudder. All right, the one that was in the water that we saw. All right, great. So let's go ahead, startup checklist. So main power bus switch to on. Far back right of overhead panel. Ooh, look at that. Beautiful. Far back right of overhead panel. So that's nice. It gets me started. Where the hell am I supposed to be looking? You'll see a lot of people review stuff and they'll go, and they're looking all over for it. And so not only is human factors, is it in a logical place? It's nice that, you know, you tell me where it is. That's great. So far back right of overhead panel, bus 1 switch on. Bus 1 switch on. Bus 2 switch on. Optional APU fuel pump left middle of overhead panel. We're going to do it. Left middle of overhead panel. Okay, left middle of overhead panel. Nice. APU starter. That's in a logical place. Okay, nice. So APU, RPM, and temp are up. That's very cool. Beacon to on. So I assume beacon is there where it belongs on the far left. Beautiful. Set prop pitch to 0, center console. Prop pitch is 0, so that would be like a beta. So start in beta, you'll get your props spun up faster. You'll get your engine spun up faster if you have your props in beta. All right, let's see. Engine 1 fuel pump switch to on. Center of overhead panel. Fuel pump 1. Look at that. Easy to find. Verify engine 1 propeller clear. I hope so. So if you had an airplane you can't see, you have ground personnel, they'd be standing out here. You'd stick up finger one finger, they would go start spinning, and you'd spin. So that's what we'll do. All right, start engine 1. So it doesn't say where the starter is, but it makes sense. Points at the engine. Maybe somebody's been watching some videos of mine. Starter blinks, and that's neat. So I like that. That's a cool feature. I like that a lot. All right, 2 pump. Clear prop right, and let's hit it. See it flashes, and then we get a solid on start. That's neat. I like that. I might have to start incorporating that into some of my stuff. Let's see. All right, so those are good. So our startup checklist is complete. Next is taxi checklist. I like saying checklist. So seatbelt signal switch to on. So it is in a logical place, and it dings. Beautiful. I love that. Nav light switch to on. So it's not nighttime, so I'll leave it off. Strobe, again, taxi, I wouldn't be putting these on. I could do taxi light and nav at night, and then during the day I won't do any of them. Release parking brake, center console behind prop pitch. So right there. So this is good human factors. Putting things where I don't need them or I don't want to touch them, put them where are way behind me. Like I don't need to touch this stuff anymore. so it's way up here. Stuff that I'm going to need to interact with a lot, my lights, they're right where I can reach them. So that's good human factors. All right, release parking brake. Let's get in here. So up, down on the thrust. Did the parking brake release? All right, let's check. Oh, I didn't do prop pitch. Okay, so it says release parking brake center. Okay, so taxi checklist. You don't need to, but I would give me a taxi pitch. So I'm going to do like 10%, 11%. One of the reasons I like to do this is it allows me to throttle way up. And you notice I don't go shooting off at the moon. So I throttle way up, and that's one of the reasons you have that low, or you sometimes even have a taxi pitch, is you don't want a lot of pitch because you want the plane to easily, you know, in most airplanes the rule is you should be able to come to a stop by just pulling the throttle closed and not tapping the brakes, because if you have a brake failure, you still want to be able to stop. Takeoff checklist. Set flaps to negative 0.25. Trim. Flaps. Flaps indicator, negative 0.25. Okay. Taxi light switch off. Your taxi light stays on when you take off, generally. So your taxi light, I'm going to hit the brakes here. So taxi light would go on as you're taxiing. All your lights go on for takeoff. That's to make sure other planes don't hit you. So just another aviation thing if people are curious. So taxi light will stay on. You shut your taxi light off generally on your after takeoff checklist. Landing light comes on. Strobes and navs would then come on during the day, and instrument lights I'll turn on anyway. That looks nice. Looks like the backlight comes on as well. Okay, so I'll read this out, then I'll do it. So advanced throttle to max, advanced prop pitch. Personally, what I would like to see is set your prop pitch. Tell me what pitch you want me to take off at, and then you want to do your throttles. You don't want to do it the other way. That is a recipe for disaster. That's a recipe for not having your props set up correctly. That's a recipe for overloading your engines. So what you do in real life is your props would go all the way forward. That is to your minimum pitch. And so if my minimum pitch, I'm going to set what I think we want. Let's say 0.2. Let's go 0.2. Some planes don't like to take off below that. So let's say 0.2. So you'd set your prop. So when we take off, part of the takeoff check was mixture. So your mixture goes full forward. Prop goes full forward. Then throttle. It was mixture, prop, throttle. That's how you do it. So, and then we're going to maintain 550 RPM. Rotate at 75. Frankly, I guess I could maintain an RPM. So I'm just going to tap the brakes gently. Tap, 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 tap. Look at that taxi. That's a proper taxi. I'm able to get it turned. It turned nicely. I'm going to hold the brakes. I'll do a little bit of a static takeoff. You holding the brakes. So let's see. Where's my RPM? Knots. Turn coordinate altimeter. I haven't gone through all this, but we'll... Engine RPM. So 500 for takeoff. Let's crank it up. There it is. Okay. Let go of the brakes. Maintain center line. I'm gently gaining airspeed. I might need more prop than this. Alright, so prop, I'm going to start going 1, giving myself some more prop. So about 75. There we go. So what I would recommend is a prop setting of 0.41 on your particular airplane for takeoff. Works beautifully. You don't want the plane to scream off the runway. You want it to take off naturally, so it gets up to 75 really nicely there. And as you can see, I'm maintaining a nice climb out of 84 knots. Positive rate. Let's find our gear. Gear is coming up. Oh. Just a little bit of squealing as the wheels were squealing. That's beautiful. That's a really good job on the wheels. See, they have to clip, but that's a game thing, and that looks good. All right, flaps. Let me do climb checklist. So I don't know the climb flow, so I have to kind of go through and do it. So landing gear up, maintain 115. Give it a little bit more power here, a little bit more prop maybe. Flaps to 0. Okay, flap 0. Landing light switch comes off. Where are we at here? Landing light. Where are you at there? Landing light. And then I would do taxi. So generally, again, just an aviation thing, it's usually beacon, nav, sometimes logo, then it would be, so it'd be beacon, nav, strobes, taxi landing or landing taxi, usually landing taxi. And that way, what you would do is as you take off, once you're up, you go click, click. Those are your two, you know, you go taxi landing, those stay off, and then when you're ready to land, you go, you know, landing taxi. And so that's why they order them up. That's just human factor stuff, not a big deal. But that's just kind of an aviation tip why they're done that way. All right, cruise, set prop pitch to maintain 550. Won't go through that. I'm going to go ahead and, oh, attitude indicator, there it is. All right, I was just doing a blind turn here as I'm going. All right, water approach, so set flaps to 0.25. My question is this, why? Okay, I see what you're doing, okay. So it has a manual pitch trim here, so it says set pitch trim to 0.5. Where is it? I just saw it. Where's the pitch? Oh, right there, so 0.5. All right, set pitch trim to 0.5. Set flaps to negative 0.5. All right. Landing lights on, okay. Turn your taxis on, too. Flaps to 75%. Or all the way to 1. And then we want 85 knot approach speed. So what I need to look on here is, so see where I am right now? So a little bit more than that. So right there on the gauge. So right at that bump. Nice to see some flaps on a craft. I like that. And so personally, I would trim. You know, I don't like having trims like somebody just tell me set it to this trim setting. I get it where you know you're trying to train somebody, but you know, generally I would say trim is necessary. That's often what you'll see, and that's just because you know you're gonna try to trim to you know have no pressure on the control yoke. All right, so throttle is all the way back. Let's bring the pitch back to what I was thinking of a takeoff pitch, so like 0.41. We'll keep it there. We'll keep it. I'll bring it down a little bit, so we're not traversing in the water too much. Ooh. Having some flotation issues here. Let's get in the back and see what's up with this. Having some float issues here. What's going on back here? Okay. This appears to be... Okay, your tail's flooded. I would work on this. Your tail is flooded. So I would bet this probably floats okay if your tail wasn't flooded. So I would go ahead and look. This is a lot of air ballast. I would think this is probably floating fine if your tail was not swamped. But go ahead and take a look at that, because I think you have a hole in there if your tail is flooding like that. So I'm going to ding it a point for this, because you know it is an issue, but it's something solvable, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. But it's solvable. But you have a tail that is swamped with water. If it was like that and the tail was not full of water, I would think that there was more of an issue with your craft. I think it's just you have a hole in there, so I'd fix the hole. All right, let's see if I can get off the water with that much water in my tail. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to look through the water taxi checklist. So I'm just going to water rudder on center console. So water rudder is on. That should be this one here. Let me just check it. So that's steering now. Let's taxi a little bit. All right, I'm afraid of hitting the propellers and swamping them out. I'm going to do a little bit of taxiing. Probably get a little ding on this just for, you know, the issue is, again, it's swamped. You know, it probably floats fine if you don't have all that water in, but I don't know. So, you know, I kind of needed to fix it. You know, I can't give you points on what I think it could be if you fix something. So I have to give you points on how it is when I use it. All right, so 3 and 4 are left and right arrows for maximum water steering. So as you can see, it steers really nice. So it'll get good points on water taxi. As you can see, I get really good steering capability. So I assume it's using the propellers. It says with 0.4 throttle or above. All right, so let's do a takeoff checklist. It doesn't look like it has a water takeoff checklist. I assume it's the same with just the gear up. So we'll go back to our takeoff checklist here. I left the APU on, but that's fine. Takeoff checklist. All right, we're there. All right, so I'm going to set my flaps back to 0.25. No indication of what my trim is supposed to do, so I'm just going to trim. I'm going to set my trim down to 0. Didn't have a problem with that before. Taxi. All right, so I'm just going to take off. Flaps need to be set. Prop was 0.41 was what I liked to take off before. And let's hit it. So there's no, like I said, there's no takeoff checklist for the water. So I don't know if you want my flaps up. I'm going to try them with the flaps up, see if I can get this nose up a little bit more. I'm going to try a couple flap settings, see if I can't get the nose to come up a little bit more. If I add too much propeller pitch, it is, it's dive me. Remember that tail is full of water. So I can't add too much propeller pitch in here. So I'm going to try to scream these engines, but I think it's going to have issues with the, I think it's going to have issues with that water and this tail. So it's having that issue with the water and the tail. So I want to get a landing in here, so I'm going to just try to get it over here. And so I can't take this off in the, right now. So again, like I said, I have to grade this on how it is when I use it, not how it could be. So currently I'm having issues. You don't have a water takeoff checklist. I will verify that for like the 5th time. I have just a regular takeoff checklist. I do not see a water takeoff checklist. So again, I don't know exactly how you want me to take off in the water without that. Let me shut off water taxi mode. That could be causing me issues. Water rudder mode. Nope, I'm still not able to gain any speed. So again, you didn't give me a propeller setting either for takeoff. So I'm having a guess. What's going on here? Swamping us. You know, so I have to guess. And so, you know, I can't necessarily operate the way you want me to. I think there's a hole back here. Check that. You know, as you can see, this is flooded. And because the back is flooded, I doubt I'm going to be able to take off. I'm going to need that buoyancy to be able to take off. So I'm kind of chalking it up to that. So, you know, it landed nicely in the water, so I'm assuming it's going to land nicely on the land. It's just I can't, I'm not going to be able to get this out of the water. So I would definitely work on that. That would be the only real downside I see to this. I really like this craft a lot. It has, let's go through some of it here really quick. So really nicely set up panel. Beautiful in here. Good human factors. Great workshop page between the really good backstory of the craft and the really great backstory of the craft, and you had really clear instructions. You told me where in the panel to look. The panel is set up logically. This is kind of gagey mess. It's not bad, but it's like it's hard for me to tell just looking at where my altitude is. I kind of like, you know, my favorite, I've talked about it, is, you know, I use Basilicious's screens a lot. One of the reasons I do that is it's easy. I can see my knot readout. I can see where it is on the gauge. It's not bad, but, you know, especially if you're used to it, you kind of know, okay, here's 100 knots. That's where I want to be. But a little bit of, you know, like it's hard to find things because, like, you'll notice in some of my cockpits, I go, like, switches all across. I'm going to use them, but then I'll do, like, this is set up really well here, like, the pump, the starter, and then you have the 2 APU gauges. This is your APU section, you know. APU and cabin heat, that's cabin related. So good setup on that, really good human factors. The only thing that's letting it down is that, as you can see in the water, it is swamped. It has water in the tail. I'd love to see you fix that and let me know how it flies after that. The other issue, no, not the other issue, the other great thing you had was with the taxiing, taxi beautiful. Takeoff was great. It felt realistic. It felt great to me. Nice, interesting gear on here. The shaping is really great. I like the detailing on here. A little bit sawtooth on the tail, but again, you know, that's just a game thing, you know, and it's personal preference. Really like the design of this plane a lot. I just really wish that, really wish I could take off in the water. It just, I can't really do it. So it's going to have to get dinged a little bit on that just because I can't get off out of the water. So hopefully you fix that, and hopefully it works well. And we'll move on to the next one. And the next build is the MA-723 Star Molly Tactical Troop Helicopter. Nice thumbnail here with the branding on it. Some nice pictures in here. I like that. Like to see some pictures. Very cool. It's by Mecha 707 Kermit. The MA-23 Star Molly. The MA-723 Star Molly is based off the MRH-90. The Star Molly can be used for tactical troop missions and is able to land and operate off water. It has 2 useful winches that can be used to carry cargo and harnesses. It has a medical bed inside the cabin and is able to carry 10 passengers as well as someone in the bed. We'll do procedures as we go along. Specifications, max speed 50 knots. It's a little on the low side, but still better than walking. 786-806. Test. test. Flight time, roughly an hour. Seats, 10 passenger seats. So seats. Medical bed. 1 medical bed. Winches. 2 winches. Chaff. I know Kermit was very time crunched, so you know, I certainly get having these errors. If you look at any of my videos, usually the description or the number's wrong or something, so I certainly feel that. Chaff and flares. Notes. Hover taxi is needed on land. Okay. Putting a harness glitches the helicopter in water as the rope glitch. When the landing in water, turn off the FCS as it will help a lot. All right, so we'll go ahead and take a look. All right, so the Star Molly is a big old John. So here it is. Nice paint job in here. Really good camo. This is some good detail camoing work in here. It's tough to get good camo in because, you know, your paint blocks are one-sided and you can't put anything behind them. So one feature I love in the next game is like a sticker where you can paint anywhere, and it just lets you paint anywhere. That would be amazing. But really fantastic work with you know, what you've had here, and it's tough to get good camos and stuff when you can't paint enough. So good work there. It says Molly on the side. It says Army. We have Aru. This is 1 of 8 apparently. Look like ground services panel there. So we have fuel and ground power. So nice. Good to see that. Looks like the chafe. Nice tail design on there. Again, really good camo work on there. This supposed to be, are those supposed to be nav lights? If these are nav lights, yep, those are nav lights. That's what it looks like. Yep. That is what it looks like. That's neat. It's a good bit of detailing here around the winch. Let's kind of fly up. There's some good detailing in here. I want to kind of look. So, yep, some good detailing up here. I like it. Like this area here I really like, especially, you know, painting that up is neat. Paint blocks. At first I thought they were fluid ports, but you can tell they're paint blocks because of the paint there. So that's really cool. That's neat. I like that. Really good work on this. Lots and lots of paint blocks here. So one of the fancy dancy slidey doors. Nice paint blockage on the floor here. That's a lot of good paint block work on this. So paint blocks are tough to... Putting in all that paint block is a lot of effort because, like I said, you know, you can't put anything behind on the walls there. So then you have to put things other places. And then the floor can't be microcontroller, so you need a big vehicle to be able to put it. So good work on that. I would say that's why all this stuff is probably on the ceiling is, like, you know, you start losing places for that if you lose the ability to put it there. So bunch of passenger seats in here. I think, what did it say, 10? 8... 10 passengers. There's a co-pilot, and this one's pilot, so we have more conventional helicopter layout on this. Again, nice to see labeled seats. It tells me right where you want me. So startup procedure, battery on. All right, so battery, look at that. Found it. Pretty easy. So that's going to be a little annoying for a little bit. So it says avionics on, so I want to find that relatively quickly. So winch, cockpit lights, lane strobes, rotor brake, throttle down, throttle up, fuel pump, engine master, avionics, mute radar, avionics. Okay, let's turn the avionics on, strobe lights on. So, you know, it could be a different country thing, but generally, like I said, you turn on beacon, but we'll turn on strobes. So strobes, landing. Nav lights on, optional. Backlights on, optional. FCS on. So we have to find FCS. Okay. I thought it said radar alarm for some reason, so I didn't mute it. But good to be a little quiet there for a second. FCS on. So let's find that. Flight control system on. That's what FCS generally stands for. Okay. So a little bit everywhere on this panel. Yeah, see, like, just kind of show you a little human factor. So we have battery, avionics. Where's avionics? Where's avionics? Avionics. So it's battery up here, avionics, strobe lights, nav lights, you know, or navs up there, navs. So that's fine. That stuff's close together. Then we have FCS down here. So you see how I'm like here, there, there. Generally, what is preferred, you know, of course, like older craft were like this, but generally for good human factors, especially nowadays, it's, you know, it'd be like, you know, battery, avionics. Now, you're not going to need to touch avionics very often, so generally they'll put them with battery master, like in a lot of like private pilot, you know, I know Kermit's doing his private pilot now, is, you know, they have master, avionics. You know, if there's a segregated batteries, it'll be like batteries, master, avionics, and they'll be kind of in a row, and then you don't touch those things. Those things come on at the beginning of the flight. Those things go off at the end of the flight. They're away. You don't need them. So personally, what I would do is I would do battery, avionics, FCS in a row. You want those things on in a row. Then I would put my lights together. They're fine where they are. Then I would do strobe. You know, that tends to be how I would do it, but again, that's just a preference thing. But it's human factor. You see, it's hunt and peck. It's over here, you know, and so it's a little hunt and pecky, but it's not bad by any stretch of imagination. Throttle is full. Let's bring up the H menu. Radio and chaff. So the H menu isn't filled out. I like to see that filled out. It's not the end of the world, but it's always nice to see that filled out. So let's try to find. I'm just looking around. Sometimes I'll look around first, and that will help me a little bit. So, all right. Flight mode selector. Okay. So I'm looking for throttle full. So I don't know what. Okay, throttle right here. Okay, so throttle up. Okay. So throttle is full. This is not indexed. I would index this gauge 0 up to max throttle. So just index that. Just a nitpick, not anything to lose points on, but that's just a nitpick. Makes it easier. If it's spinning, it doesn't tell you much. It's a little bit of a human factor thing. It's like, say I want to know what my throttle's set to. Bingo. If I look up and I know that 30 is here and 0 is here and it is here, I know I'm at 15. So it's I can quickly look and okay, 15. Okay, 20. Okay, 30. We're good to go. You know, that's why you do that. So fuel pump. I found that one pretty quick. Rotor brake is it says rotor brake on, okay. Engine master on. So, not too bad, but it's definitely hunt and pecky. It's like, I'm here, I'm there, I'm here, I'm there, I'm there. Like, if you noticed when I was doing the Seagull, I showed off the panel there, it was, you know, you go essentially battery, master power systems. You go through, you check your batteries, you go past your beacon, you click your beacon, you come up, you check your fuel, you turn on your fuel valve, you start. And it goes like this, flows. You know, knowing that Kermit's doing some flight training, you're probably learning flows where you flow through your panels. So it's like, you know, you could start with it where it flows down, engine start. you know, flow down, engine start. And then you go and you have other accessory stuff there. But that's just nitpicky, a little bit of human factors thing that is good on there. All right, taxi slash takeoff ground. Flight mode, flight. Okay. So here's flight mode, and that appears to be an F, so it's just facing the other direction. So that's F. S is sea taxi, F is flight mode, so we're in flight mode. Taxi, use hover, landing gear up once it says one airborne, I assume it's once airborne. Generally, you're not going to want your gear up right off the deck, and that's, let's say you lost power and you come down, everybody's spine smashes and everybody has paralysis. You leave your gear down. Generally in flying, in fixed wing, it's if you have no runway left available. And in a jet, as soon as we rotate, gear comes up because we cannot land back on the runway. We're going too fast. In a small prop plane, I used to do this with my students. I'd pull the power and make them land back on the runway. And so you could do that. And so in a helicopter, you want to make sure you're clear and you're stable and you're going away before you bring your gear up, because if you were to have to go down, the shock absorbers in your gear plus the air pressure in the tires, all of that is going to hopefully save your spine. You're going to probably still get really hurt, but you hopefully won't be dead or paralyzed. So it says use hover, landing gear up when airborne. Do we have a parking brake? Doesn't say anything about a parking brake, so I'm going to look really quick. Okay, I did see mute radar there. So let's shut this off. Let's turn that back on, so that will work for us here. Let's see if I can taxi on the ground. So I'm curious if the gear are... That says hover taxi. It has wheels. It's a little bit weird that I can't... I don't know, is the brakes on? I don't know if the brakes are on. It's turning. It would be nice to be able to taxi, you know, conventionally with on the wheels, but I'll see what I can do here. See if I can taxi on the ground a little. What is this? Pitch trim is way. There's a lot of pitch trim in there already. You can see it's down a 0.46, so I won't screw with it too much. We'll do a hover taxi. I would like to see, you know, if it had wheels, it would be nice to be able to taxi with the wheels, but we'll do a hover taxi. That's, you know, kind of the point of the wheels, is to taxi out. You know, a helicopter like this would generally taxi on its wheels. But we'll taxi out. So part of the, you know, the whole hover taxi and the taxiing is it's, you know, showing the stability and the capability. You know, we had our first helicopter was pitching like crazy, so I really wouldn't feel comfortable hovering that close to the ground. But you notice how stable this is. I can do a hover taxi, so I would prefer it if I could go ahead and, you know, taxi on the wheels. That's kind of what the wheels are for, but it's not the end of the world. All right, so taxiing out to the runway. All right, so we taxied that. Let's go ahead and we'll bring the gear up. Like I said, I wouldn't bring them up this close to the ground. I'd leave them up, but I just want to look at them. So nice gear retraction there, a little bit fast, but that's fine. All right, and let's go ahead and let's take a little flight here. So it's conventional. It doesn't have any sort of pushers or anything, so it's a little on the slower side, but that's more of a game mechanic, is you either have to tilt the rotor to get it to move at realistic speeds, or you just kind of have to put the nose all the way down, and so like you have to fly like this, which makes visibility tough. So you know, that's a game thing, so that doesn't bother me. Are you really only going 6 knots? No, can't be only going 6 knots. There's no way this is only 6 knots. I'm curious what's up with your knots there. Maybe it didn't get converted. Could be meters per second, but that looks faster than 6 knots to me. I don't know. Not the end of the world. All right, so we're going to be landing on the sea. So landing lights on, optional. Leave them off for now. They'd be on, but I'm not going to bother. Lower into water, turn off FCS. Hold it in water, then change flight mode to sea taxi. Okay, so we'll follow instructions. It's a little bit hand-holdy. You know, it's like I can let go of the controls. It doesn't want to drift, so it's very much holding my hand, which again, nobody's losing points for that or anything, but see how it's like rocking? A little bit unstable. It's a little bit unstable. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Again, it's that arcadey element. You know, if there were some games where you would either turn it to arcade or simulator, and simulator was like, I know Arma was like that. You know, when I used to fly helicopters, I'd go in simulator mode, and it was much more challenging to operate the helicopter, which challenging doesn't necessarily mean good. You know, challenging is just different, but you know, there's nothing wrong with it, and it's more approachable for most people, but just not my preference. All right, so we're landing in the sea. Let's go ahead and turn off FCS. Let's taxi a little bit. Can I taxi without this taxi mode? Yeah, I'm doing it. It's slow. Again, you know, a seaplane, you really do need to taxi. A helicopter, you don't, because you can put a helicopter right where you want it. But I still, you know, it's still, you know, part of maneuverability and fairness. And again, it's something that takes effort to get something to operate properly. And so that is, you know, why it's on there, is it's a challenge for a reason. It's another thing to challenge you. So let's go ahead and turn off FCS. So where is FCS? Right here. Nope, right there. FCS comes off. Okay. Hold in the water, then change flight mode to C. So F and C taxi, I guess. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so this is taxi much faster now. Nice. So okay, as you can see, there's propellers in there. So it was taxiing fine, but this is nice, and I can see how this would be useful for, say, example, you did not get too close to the dock, you need to move a little bit closer to a boat. This is a nice feature. So taxis really well on the sea. Taxiing on the land was a little bit iffy. I'd like to see a taxi on the gear. You know, you have gear. That's the point of putting wheels on a helicopter, so they can easily move it. You know, we're going backwards here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and switch back to flight mode. All right, let's see. Take off C. Flight mode C. Okay, so we do want it flight mode C. Okay, so we'll keep that. I won't guess. We'll do what I'm supposed to. Okay. Do I put FCS back on though? So I would check your takeoff checklist C, because it doesn't tell me to put FCS back on. So I'm going to take off, see if I can take off. See, I can't, so I would put a separate takeoff checklist for this. I'm going to have to guess a little bit. So I'm going to guess. I'm going to go flight mode. I'm going to turn FCS back on, and we'll take off. Okay. Just going to wait. Okay, that's a JipWiz ground proximity warning system. So see how it's rocking and rolling on me? Is that Z? I wonder if it's Z. I'll look at the bottom, see if it's credited as Z. Maybe not. Nope. Doesn't have, so it's probably a custom gyro. But, okay, so I have FCS off, and it is still pretty handholdy, so I don't know what FCS is doing, so not a big deal, but it flies well. It's just, you know, it's kind of that arcadey element, which, you know, is personal preference. But flies really well. Looks fantastic. Great work on the shaping of it. Really good camo job on it. You know, the rotor blades look a little busy, but, you know, not too bad. The flight, as you can see, it's doing this thing that the first one was doing. It's like rocking and rolling and rocking and rolling. So I'll tell you what I'm hitting. I'm just pressing W. I'm holding W. I haven't done anything but hold W right now. So it's one of those autopilots that tries to maintain your altitude. One of those control systems that tries to maintain your altitude despite what angle you're at. Personally, not my favorite, but it flies well, and so you know, it goes well with that. It'll probably lose a little bit with this this rocky rolly stuff, and that's the gyro system trying to stop the forward progress when you let go. And so it's very hand-holdy, so you can't do what you do in real life, which is kind of let it kind of drift. And it makes it a little bit easier for a beginner, but, you know, Again, personal preference. I kind of like me doing all the inputs. I don't like it to do random stuff itself. But again, nobody's losing points for that. But flies really well. I would love to see it to be able to actually taxi on the ground properly. You know, I'm going to try again, see what I can do. So, like, trying to see why the wheels. The wheels don't want to turn. All right, let's try something. I'm going to put the collective down. I'm going to get out. Make sure the brakes aren't on. Brakes are true. Let me see if I can shut these brakes off. There's nothing that I can see in the instructions for brakes, but it could be me missing it, so. Parking brake right there. Okay, so it wasn't in the instructions, so that was just, I would put that on the instructions. So taxi, takeoff, ground, flight mode, flight. And then I would say release parking brake. And then that would be the taxi checklist. So let's give it a run with the brakes off. So I would like to see if this would actually let me taxi properly. No, it really doesn't want to. I don't know why it doesn't want to roll. I'm going to start... Okay, you know what I bet it is? I bet I know what it is. See how this pitch trim was at 46? Let me see if I can trim it forward. And I'm just going to tap collective. I'm trying to... Let's go up a little bit on the collective. I want to see if this will taxi on the ground. Yep, there we go. Okay, so it's just your initial trim settings are making it so that it doesn't want to taxi. It taxis fine on the ground. So like this, these are my trim settings. I have a ton of pitch in there. I bet it's the flight control system is trying to level out the rotor blades. But so I have 0.99, so I have 100% pitch forward, and I did negative 15 in the collective, and I can taxi. So it's taxiing all right. It's just it's a little weird. You know, personally, what I would do is I would have a ground idle, and say in the instructions, ground idle for takeoff, and or for taxi. You know, and that way you could be able to actually taxi ground. Because right now I'm taxiing the ground. I have pitches full forward, and I'm just literally tapping the collective, and we are rolling on the wheels, and then I can yaw, and it will turn. So this actually taxis great on the ground, no problem. It's not as good as some of the other ones, but it's staying nice and planted, and I can just gently tap it, and it will roll. But I would just add to a little bit on the workshop page is you're missing a couple things, a couple spelling errors here, a couple missed procedures, but you know, I know you're having some time constraints, and so you know, it's not a big deal. But really enjoyed this a lot. I love the paint job. It's a good size helicopter. You can do a lot with it. Really works well. You notice it was in the water. It was not swamped. I could taxi it. I could operate it. It worked well. I know that you know, Kermit was asking about, you know, was working a lot on trying to get it to float properly, and you did. It floats great. I was able to taxi. It wasn't waterlogged. Even with these doors that are not sealed, I was able to operate. So really great work on that. I enjoyed using it. And the next build is the Dornier Seastar CD2. So nice thumbnail there. Some pictures. Very cool. Has nice interior there. This is by Jasper. So the Dornier Seastar CD2. The Seastar is a state-of-the-art amphibious aircraft designed with purpose and equally effective for land and water operations. This unrivaled versatility and performance, along with best-in-class cabin space, allows for entirely new missions. In the spirit of pioneering Dornier flying boats, the Seastar is superior in every important measure: speed, range, safety, cabin size, and lower maintenance costs. Dornier Sea Wings. This rare but amazing amphibious plane has been brought to life in the world of Stormworks for Captain's Build Challenge Delta. The aircraft has exceptional features and is incredibly easy to pilot. So a nice picture of the real Seastar there. It's always nice to see some reference material. 8 seats, pilots included, max speed, 180 knots. Yeah, I guess it's knots. Not airspeed. I thought it was going to be true airspeed for a second there. Fuel capacity, 3,300 liters. Mass, 3,400 kg. Cruise, 700 kilometers, 400 nautical miles. So a nice fuel range, or a nice range there. 46.5. 18.2 wingspan, 15.75 long, engine modular 24 cylinders, and 5 blade rotors. Features radio, wind, rain sensors, altitude hold, interactive map, autopilot, and safety equipment. So we'll go through the procedures there. There's a cool picture of it there. Reference material, autopilot, GPS, artificial horizon, altitude hold, interactive map, Dornier Seastar brochure. All right, and so I will go ahead and we'll do these the takeoff procedure when we get going. All right, here is the Dornier Seastar. I've always really liked the Seastar. I think it's a cool design. So you know, I'm a little bit familiar with it myself. I built one of my seaplanes is inspired by it. So there's some neat features here that I noticed from the real Seastar. So for example, it has a double step here, as you can see. That's nice. I like that. D-IC. Really cool looking. I like the little fins there. Looks like gates on realistic wings. I like that a lot. That's a cool feature. Looks like we have nav and strobes, forward and rear facing propellers there. So that's a cool graphic there. A little step here to help get on. Little bit of a attachment issue there, so you may want to look into that. Just get that attached. Nice shaping on this. The Seastar is reasonably small, so it's kind of tough to get the scaling, or to get everything in when you're scaling this size. So that's I'm interested to see how you got that in there. It looks good. So I like the strutting on this. That looks good. I'll actually, you know, simulating looks like boots on the leading edges. So I like to put boot simulation on there. Let's quickly do this. So this is, I'll bring in my version of the Seastar. So I dropped in my version of the Seastar. Mine was inspired by the Seastar. I don't really call it the Seastar, but you know, mine I wanted it a little bit thinner, so you know I couldn't fit in landing gear. You know, you have to kind of make it a little bit boxier, so that's something to consider. Is you know, I really like this design. I think this looks great. You know, of course, in real life it would be a little bit probably more narrow like this, but you really can't do that and have gear. So I think this was a good job getting the gear in and still keeping it attractive and keeping it floating. So you can kind of see the similarities. I think this one certainly has a lot more Dornier to it. Mine was inspired. This is more of a replica, so I really like this. This turned out really nice. Nice work on the Dornier up there. You see Seastar there. As you see, it has the double step, you know, like the regular Seastar. So that's really cool. I really like the fins there. That's really great detailing there. I see it looks like little rivets on the engine cowling here. Some simulated exhaust there. Dornier on the top. Really cool detailing on this. So that's nice detailing. I like that a lot. Let's go ahead and we have entry doors on either side, which is convenient. Let's go ahead and jump in. Really nice interior on this. I'm really happy with this interior. This is cool, dude. It has seat belts, as you can see there. So it must be paintable signs there. Let's see what's that. I would like this toggle button labeled. That's always nice because I'm not sure what it is, and as a pilot, I'm afraid to touch buttons that I don't know what they do. But really nice detailing. The seats look really fantastic. I always love how people choose to do seats. So we have some good equipment in the back here. Ah, look at that little sleeping in the tail. This is cool. I like all the really good use of space. There's really not a lot of wasted space in here. So it has indicator lights on the floor. So I would think that those indicator lights on the floor are kind of leadway lights going to the emergency exits. I like this seat color as well. I haven't thought of using a color like that. This is interesting. This side has a step, and this side does not. Interesting. Yeah, just curious about that. All right, let's go ahead and we'll sit in there. So no overhead panel. Let's see, nice and clean and simple in here. I really love the scale of this. This is scaled well. This is a little bit more Seastar than mine. You know, like I said, mine was inspired. This is much more proportionally. I think this is more Seastar. Mine was kind of my own endeavor. Really like it. Even has a German flag for Dornier there. But I really like it. Paint job's excellent. I love the interior. The interior is really top notch. The indicator lights, gives, often in Stormworks you get some real kind of, I do too much monochromatic stuff myself, and I really like this color scheme. Cream seats with kind of a really white wall with some trim pieces. Like baseboard molding, and then you have differential blue, so it's like you have a central carpet, and then lead up lights. Really like how you put the bed in there and everything else. Copilot, this one labeled, beautiful. People are starting to label, which I really like. 80 roll, WS pitch, left, right, yaw, up, down, throttle. Spaces brake, reverse, taxi only, good. Very few aircraft can you kick in a reverse in the air. Disaster. And, so taxi only, that's good. Pilot, push to talk, and then 6 is switch pilot control. I tend to like to have a composite combiner, just so that you don't have to press the switch, but again, that's just personal preference, so that's great. I'm going to go ahead and I'll bring up the workshop page, and that way I can look at the instructions. All right, so it has a takeoff procedure, so that's all I have really for procedures. That's fine. I can go ahead and kind of make up the others as I go, but again, if I have to make it up and I screw something up, that's because I didn't have a procedure. So, all right, so it doesn't have any startup procedure, so that's going to take a little bit of hit on the workshop is, I tend to like to see you have a startup procedure. I want to start it how you want me to start it. I want to know what you want on. And, so takeoff procedure is kind of trying to do everything. It says check the runway for opposing traffic, get in the co-pilot seat. Well, you wouldn't check the runway until you're at the runway. So, that's nitpicky, but it's just that would go way down the list. So let's see what we can do. I'm in the seat, power on, so we'll start there. So I found that really quick. Power on, engines on. All right, left and right monitors on. So let's see. And so that's cool. Nice startup procedure, really cool there. Has the same logos on the tail. So we have a PFD. Looks like an MFD over here. So primary flight display, multifunction display here. So we have map. That's cool. I can change day-night on that. I won't go into this too much because I don't know how much they did their zoom. All right, cool. So that's cool. Let's see. I'm gonna just go through everything really quick. So fuel, bat, wind speed, precipitation, engine temp, engine RPS, speed in knots, humidity, compass, radio freak, signal strength, up, cabin temp, heater, freak down, co-pilot push to talk, pilot push to talk, throttle. We have power engine, landing gear, and release parking brake. All right, very cool. A bunch of lights here. All right, so the engine is on, so I'm going to go ahead. Do we have a beacon? I don't think we have a beacon. So we'll turn, I'll wait till we get out there. All right, left and right monitors on, appropriate lights on. So I don't see any beacon, so I'd have my beacon on before I start, but I don't see a beacon, so we're not going to worry about that. Stabilizers on, unless you think you're Tom Cruise for legal reasons. This is a joke. All right, I'm going to go without stabilizers. Yeah, I just don't like stabilizers. Release parking brake. Things are in a logical position. A little bit, not weird, but there are some pitfalls. When I talk about human factors and important things, like you want to make sure you're not accidentally hitting things. So, for example, putting your landing gear next to the parking brake isn't terrible, but the issue is if you accidentally put on your parking brake and then you say, oh crap, I didn't put my landing gear down, and you then put your landing gear down, well, now you're landing with the parking brake on, which is disaster. And vice versa, you click your parking brake, think you're putting your gear down, and now you've just landed with your gear up. So stuff like that, that's why you'll often put parking brake back here. Landing gear is usually in this area. So just a nitpick on that. I do like this. This looks really good down there. I like that for throttle. I like that. Let's see what else we have here. All right, stabilizer on. We're going to leave that off. Release parking brake. To taxi, set throttle at tarmac to 20 to 25%. So, are we off? Okay, so this is another one that apparently, so set your throttle so that it keeps the engine running. Okay, what's up? Oh, it's on. It's on, okay. That's just weird that the prop stopped. Okay, that's weird. I don't know what was up. Well, it could be probably something I did. All right, so, you know, IRL, you're not going to say, bring up throttle 50% for taxi, you know, because, you know, you could have a headwind, you could have a tailwind, you know, you could be going uphill, you could be going downhill. You know, you just, you know, you would control the throttle as necessary. A little bit touchy on the throttle. I'm going to play with this just a little bit. Taxi. As you can see, I can do a nice fast taxi speed. Great visibility out here. This is really nice view. I really like this. Taxis very well. So see, like, I can put this wherever I want it. Could do a little circle here, as you can see. So this taxis really, really well. And especially, it's tough with an amphib. That's one of the reasons why I didn't just go with seaplane is not only do you have to make the thing buoyant and be able to float, but you need to be able to have retractable landing gear or skids or something you can land on. Tend to like retractable gear. You know, if I were to do it again, I would put that in as a requirement to have retractable landing gear just because it adds that level of difficulty. Space is brake, which is my preferred because it's easy to grab. So as you can see, I can put this wherever I want it. Really nice. Yeah, so I don't go taxi by percentage. I do it by whatever I need. I'm going to go ahead and set the park brake while we're sitting. When ready, gently increase the throttle and pull up at the same time until liftoff. I tend to like to see a rotation speed. What speed is the minimum speed for flight? So if it's 65, rotation speed would be 65. So you go down the runway, you don't pull up until 65, then you pull up. There are cases like a soft field takeoff, which you do, but that's just to make sure your nose wheel doesn't go in a hole. All right, retract landing gear, enjoy. Okay, so pretty simple, but it has enough to get me going. It's not like I'm completely, you know, lost. No flaps. Would have been nice to see flaps, but again, that's not something that's necessary. All right, so I'm just going to let a little throttle in there, and I want to see how fast it accelerates. And I'm going to rotate when I think it's time to rotate, not the, I'm not going to pull straight up. So about 65, we start pitching the nose, and there we go. So behaves nicely. So hands off. Hands are off the controls. Stabilizers are off, as you can see. So there's, where are they? Stabilizers off. I don't want stabilizers on. And so as you can see, it flies very nicely without stabilizers. My hands are off the controls again. That's a nice stable airplane. That's what you want, as you can see. Hands off. I literally haven't touched it in a while. I have touched nothing. Let's check the trims. Trims are all set to 0. So this is a very well-balanced plane. It flies nicely. So let's go ahead, positive rate. I'm going to wait till we get to the clouds so we can see gear up. Gear's pretty fast. It does have open, well, lots of little fins. Holy mother. There's a lot of fins in there. But it's working. So gear go in there. Like, for example, like I said, on my Seastar, I didn't even put gear in because I didn't have the space. So definitely nice work on that. You know, you can see how there's very little space in here. What is that? That's interesting. Oh, that is the wind speed indicator. Personally, you know, this pump here, I don't know what that pump's doing. That's probably a bilge pump. I'm thinking that's a bilge pump. It shows, but it's not garish. It doesn't take away from the looks. All right, so very cool. Like, literally, I haven't touched anything. All I've touched is my mouse. That's it. This thing's flying beautifully without me having to touch the mouse or anything, without me having to touch it. A little bit roll conscious there. I would greatly decrease the aileron effectiveness. You know, a plane like this, I'll show you like the rate this plane would turn, something like that. That would be the rate that plane would turn. So what I would do personally is, so this is about the rate that this plane would turn IRL. So see that rate right there? That's about what you want. Now, if I push, that's how fast we're moving. So you see we're moving way too fast. That's just a sensitivity thing. I would just personally down the sensitivity, you know, to make it a little bit more, not even necessarily realistic, but it's just more comfortable to fly because you're not like, see, I'm all over the place. So I'm going to kick the stabilizer on just to see. So like, say that does that. All you have to do is decrease the sensitivity on the roll, and that's what I would recommend. So decrease the sensitivity in the roll. You won't need the stabilizer. Your pitch is great. The roll is overactive. See, are you doing both? I can't tell. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like just the outboards are turning, which is fine. You can also put a limiter on there so they can't go the whole way. Another trick you can do if you want to decrease sensitivity is they actually do this in some planes. The aileron only ever goes down. So say I wanted to make a left turn, the right aileron would go down, the left one would not do anything. Then I want to move right, the left aileron would go down, the right one would not do anything. And so it's essentially just one moving at once. Alright, so I don't know what my approach speed is. I don't have flaps. We're going to keep the gear up. I have to make up a lot of these procedures again because of the, because they're just not there. So I'm going to get down. I'm going to say I'm going to approach probably about 100 knots. Nice, crisp and clean PFD. I tend to like, some smaller gauges, that have more information. But PFD like this has most of the information I need, so... I don't have VSI or stuff like that, but I don't really need it. So nice approach speed here, 98. We could probably go a little slower. I'm going to try to slow it up a little bit, but I don't want to stall it. Again, it's nice to have what rotation speed would you like me on and what approach speed, but see, 85 is gorgeous. 85 is working really well here. I'm just going to let it touch down when it's ready. The benefit of the water is I can kind of let it go down. So we're down to 78 knots, so I bet you could probably get away with an approach speed of 75 knots in this, and that would probably be pretty good. So that's a nice slow approach speed. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. So you see how it's bouncing nicely. Really nice. Settles in beautifully. Really very nice. All right, I'm just going to quickly look, see if we have anything else on there. There's not much in the way of, again, instructions, so I have to kind of double checking to make sure I don't screw something up. But sits very nicely in the water. Let's get out of our seat really quick. Again, spirit of the challenge, I should be able to open this up and go do a rescue or something if it's truly amphibious. I'm curious. Okay, perfect. So get out. I was having the same issue on one of my planes getting out of that window, but get out just fine. That prop's scaring me. But I love this interior. That's really great. So as you can see, perfectly amphibious. It works well in the water. This plane does not have any pontoons on its wings, so that was a challenge I had doing mine, that, you kind of have to have it balanced right from the center. So let's go ahead and we'll power up. And I'm going to taxi a little bit. So I have full right rudder in. And here we go, we're steering. So beautiful. So I'm just holding full right rudder, giving it a little power, just like you do in real life. And as you can see, it steers beautifully. I don't need any sort of, propellers in the water. I don't need any sort of trickery to make it operate. It operates like you would with a real amphib. You're using these two huge propellers you have in the air, and you can turn it. So it's working really well. All right, let's go ahead, and we don't have any flaps or anything. I think we're good to go. So go ahead, and I'm gonna go straight ahead. Start to gently bring up the thrust. Keep the nose. Okay, so a little bit hard to keep the nose up, but it takes off. Beautiful. Little bit of a grab on there, but that was, it didn't want to let go of the water, which is something that happens in game. Maybe a little bit of like small fins in the water that just, that when you're in the water, I have this on mine, they pop up. That helps you get higher in the water, and it makes it so that it unsticks a little bit faster. Let's go full throttle. So we're doing a nice respectable speed here. We're doing about 180 knots. That is definitely nice to see. Very nice. So I'm really enjoying this aircraft. So I would, quick recommendations, I would just tone down the ailerons a little bit. So I would just go in the gyro. Even the seat, you could turn down the sensitivity, and that would decrease some of the effectiveness. Personally, you have some inboard control surfaces. I don't see them doing anything. I would turn those into flaps. You don't really need them. You have a good speed. But, you know, it just adds another element to it. But again, you don't need it. What's this frequency? Okay. So gears coming down. Again, as you can see, I'm double checking, making sure I'm not accidentally hitting my parking brake. You know, that's the only thing I would say is generally the captain on the left side will taxi, so the parking brake will be there. If it's, you know, if it's 2 people, they'll often, you know, alternate taxi if you can do it from either side. Let's get down to like 70 knots here. So I'm looking at the aiming bars. I don't want to come in super fast and float it the whole way down. There, see, I'm floating. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Really nice. So that was just me coming in fast. That's why we bounced, was I was way over speed. I would change the sensitivity of the throttle a little bit less, but it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. But the aileron is overly sensitive. But my assumption is, you know, with that comment on, stabilizers on, recommended unless you think you're Tom Cruise, I would say that, you know, if you're flying with the stabilizers on, that's probably why the roll is so sensitive, because you're used to the stabilizer on. Personally, I would tone that roll sensitivity down, and like I saw, you didn't need the stabilizer. 2 beautiful landings, really nice. Sometimes it's hard with a seaplane to be able to settle it in the water and not have it nosedive. Yours landed beautifully at like 75 knots. So really great job on this. Just a couple things here and there, but they're really nitpicks. So I'll kind of talk about you know, some of my favorite things with this. I love the interior, really do. Dornier Seastar has always been one of my favorite planes. And the, you know, and this is, let me shut the engine off really quick. Oh, let me try something. Power on, let's see what, okay, that is cabin light there. That's the other okay, so they each have like their own reading light. Very cool. Quick, let me try something. I want to see if I can light up these floors. I want to check that out. So I have the engine off, and it doesn't sound like it wants to die. So I'd check that, see why your engine's not going. I didn't check all the lights, so let's see. Nav lights, taxi landing, cabin lights. So it's probably under cabin lights. Yeah, so that does the floor lights. So that's neat. I like that. And then what do you have? This one that's on? Yeah. That's neat. So it sounds like the engine's going down, but I don't know. Okay, so you have those lights hidden in there, the landing lights hidden. That's kind of neat. Yeah. That's kind of neat. I like that. Does this one steer? Beautiful. So that one steers, as you can see. I think they're doing what I did on mine. I think it was a way underappreciated update that, or a lot of people didn't think it was as big of an update as it was. The gimbal update was awesome. Like, we used to not be able to do this. Like, you had to have that light move, and now, as you can see, we can move that light with it, and we don't have to put the wheel on a pivot, which causes problems. Let's see, strobes. You have rear nav. You don't have a strobe on the tail usually. They're usually wingtips, but that's just a little nitpick. But I really enjoy this one. This one is cool. This one, really, it fits all the requirements. It fits the bill. It's amphibious. It has a really cool interior. You can actually use it in the water. It floats well. It lands well. These are all things that are very challenging. I noticed a lot of people went the helicopter route. I think to a certain extent for amphibious stuff, the helicopter route is easier because you don't have to worry about landing and taking off in the water. And so you took a risk with that, and it paid off, and it worked really well. And I love it. The paint job's awesome. So this is a really cool craft, and I really enjoyed using it. All right, here's the next build. This is the CCG Caladrius by Lord Bison. So nice thumbnail there. Some cool pictures, some action shots. This is actually seen some action. We always like that. Oh, it's interesting. This is neat. These look like they fold out. Ah, I would have never guessed that. That's neat. This is, I would say, more on the cartoony spectrum, which is cool. I like that as well. I kind of made some cartoony stuff myself lately. From Lord Bison. No reloads without permission. Introduced in the uniquely designed prototype and brought to virtual life by Merlanian. Yep, that's probably right. Airworks. The Caladrius, propelled by imagination. This build was designed for the harshest conditions and the roughest of seas on the great Canadian coastline as a Coast Guard and fire rescue unit. This particular model is painted in homage to the Canadian water bombers, capable of withstaining Capable of withstanding flight no matter the weather. This bird will get you there. The helicopter was named after the mythical water bird Caladrius. It is said to be able to take the sickness into itself and then fly away, dispersing the sickness and healing both itself and the sick person. And that's from the Wikipedia article. With this unit, not to win any races, it can, however, reach speeds of 140 plus kilometers an hour and offers up to 3 hours of flight time with a fuel capacity of 12,000 liters. Looking to put out some flames, the Caladrius offers up to 30,000 liters of water and 40 minutes of battling capability to extinguish any fire wanting to lay waste to your forest. That's a lot of mass. That's 30,000 kilograms of water. That's a lot of water. To your forest. If the need arises, fly over a body of water and engage the intake pumps, and in under 4 minutes, you're on your way fully again. Oh, that's a pretty fast rate. Fully loaded. This unit also offers a unique function for battling fires. Engage firefighting mode and enjoy single operator yaw roll control from the ASWD keys and turret controls from UDLR from either seat in the pilot configuration. Land in the water, not a problem. 100% wind condition, it laughs. This prototype has been rigorously tested in all conditions and 95% of the time. I'm glad you didn't say 100% of the time, because I'd have to put it to the test. It will survive and stay upright. Even tsunamis have a tough time taking this bird down, not to mention the Kraken, which tried and then failed to sink this bird. In calm seas and fully loaded, the extension floats are not necessary. In rough seas, it is recommended. If you want to taxi around the water, engage water taxi mode and enjoy a leisurely cruise or limp back home at speeds up to 22 kilometers an hour. Available on co-pilot configuration only. Stuck in close quarters hangars? Fear not. Engage land taxi mode and enjoy the power of the ducted fan thrusters and convenience of wheel steering at speeds up to 55 kilometers an hour or more. Wow. Definitely a little cartoony. Just remember, this is a ginormous helicopter, not a race car. However, it's fun to pretend it's a race car. Available on co-pilot configuration only. Do you even lift, bro? Because the Caladrius sure does. Capable of lifting up to a combined weight of 15,000 mass plus fuel. Most objects do not stand a chance. A word of caution. If carrying a full payload, increase the engine throttle to 10 RPS and ease into the pitch with altitude. Hold on. You will stall the engine if you drive like you stole it. So we will not drive like we stole it. Unique features. Upper engine housing, repair access hatches, main cabin open to the elements, which allows free movement in and out of the helicopter without fear of sinking. Well, that's good. Again, that's part of the spirit of the challenge is, can I actually use the vehicle in the water, or is it just, can it plop in the water and sit there? And so that's cool. Emergency escape system in the passenger cabin for those special moments. 95% unroll rate. I don't know why we need an emergency system. Interlocked mag sealed doors on main fuselage and passenger cabin. Real cargo ramp and control from cockpit or by the door. Unique rough seas float extensions. Large winch and main cabin. Belly camera with zoom and IR functions, and more. All right, so we'll go through the procedures there. Let's check this one here. It says, for competition purposes, the water tanks have been set to 50% full. Okay. So, they didn't need to have any water in there, but that's fine. Let's see. Flying notes. If the engine warning lights and alarm comes on, stop all forward motion and begin level descent and land if you must. So essentially, if it's overtaxing the engines, let the engines catch up. That's pretty typical. Let's see. Come back up to full RPS within 100 meters dent. You are not in danger of crash unless lightning has struck the vehicle. Do not turn the breakers back on. Locate next to pilot seat on the left side. In the event one of the engines does not start back up after lightning or crash landing, the generator will, and now has plenty of fuel to limp you home. RPS failure has only occurred with full payload and immediate 100% forward pitch. So price is close, but under. That's why I put a limit on there, just, so people aren't trying to cram a ton of stuff in there. But that's close, within 500 of the limit. Fuel capacity, 12.9 liters. 2.9 hours endurance, best 3.5 in max endurance. Water, 30,000 liters. Firefighting time, 40 minutes. Max payload, 15,000 mass. In addition, dry weight, 12.5. Top speed, 100% headwind, 40 kilometers an hour, 0 wind, 145. Tailwind, yeah, we don't add heads and tails. This is the number we want. The head and tails are always added and subtracted. Length of body, 19 meters. Blades, 36 GPS. thanks to all that helped to successfully figure out my very first Stormworks helicopter. So I'm very happy that you got some help on this and that you enjoyed building it. So it's always cool to build your first anything in game. All right, so we'll go ahead and check it out. All right, so here we are with the Caladrius. So it is definitely in that Canadian water bomber color. That's cool. Definitely on the cartoony side. You know, I like to see that every once in a while. It's kind of different. You know, some people go hyper-realism. Some people go for a cartoon. So it's kind of on that spectrum. Kind of neat and innovative. You know, it's something different. So that's nice to see every once in a while. Something that's unique and that you don't see every day. Let's go ahead. I think we'll go in the back. So let's see. A ladder. Oh, it knows that I'm here. Fuel valve, so that's for filling there. Rear cargo door. A little bit sawtoothy. Yeah, I don't know what's up with why you do sawtooth, but that's just personal preference. Oh, that's cool. It has this little flap that comes up to help you load in. That's neat. Something. Okay, it was the player sensor. I got close for a second there. You see that folds up there to fill the gap. So that folds. That's a neat idea. So it's just sawtoothy to kind of look a little bit more closed, I guess. There's another door here. So these are, because these can go down. Oh, that's neat. Those go on either side. How is this ceiling in the back is the question. Maybe it doesn't. We'll see. But this seals here, as you can see. What's that? These are the escape hatches. We're not going to press that. So as you can see, we parked some people in here. I'm not a huge sawtooth fan. You know, potentially one thing I would do is, it's not terrible, but one thing I would do is like put a wall here, and then you can put some items there, and then it looks a little less jagged. But something I'm slipping on here, something slippery there. Interesting. What is this? Open less locked. So this is a neat, definitely very innovative. That's one thing I like about these. I won't call it cartoony, fantasy builds. That's more of what I kind of mean is I really like some of these fantasy builds is when you go full fantasy, you can do whatever you want. You know, you're often constrained by reality sometimes, and so if you have a full fantasy build, you can kind of do whatever you want, which is kind of cool. So this is neat. This has some kind of like cool, strange stuff that's strange because you'd never have it in our world, and so it's kind of nice when you're like, yep, this is a fantasy build. It does what it does. Rear diesel engine access. Okay, so it's using stock engines. I got a little slippery here trying to walk on some of these angle pieces. Big engine bay there. We could hide a couple people in there. All right, so very cool. Let's go ahead. It's nice to see access to stuff. That really brings things alive, having access to stuff. All right, so these are just the front doors, as you can see. Some equipment there. There's another hatch. A couple bids in here. Be nice to see a little bit better hiding here. Like, you have some area that you could completely put a block across here. You can move this up one, put a wall there, and hide this microcontroller in there. Just look a little bit cleaner, but, you know, it doesn't look bad by any stretch of the imagination. Just a little nitpick. All right, let's see. How are we labeled out? Pilot. Look at that. We're all labeled up. Pilot and co-pilot. So, if you remember in the instructions, there were a lot of different things. So we have primary seat, access value set to reset, and hotkey set to push. Co-pilot, taxi seat, access value set to reset, and hotkey set to push. Okay. So I'm going to sit in this seat here, and we'll go ahead and, because I need to taxi out first. So I'm going to go ahead and try to bring up the instructions and see what we can get here. All right, so it says locate pilot seat and sit. So let's follow it. So we'll sit in the pilot seat and sit. We've sat. Locate generator panel on upper console area. Okay. Let's see. What are we looking for? Generator panel. So IR, pilot cam, sync throttle, rotor clutch, landing search, all front spots, interior. Okay, this is probably Jenny stuff there. Okay. Push Jenny start and throttle up to 1 and engage eco mode. So Jenny start. Throttle up. and engage eco mode. Okay. Press 1 to enable co-pilot controls. Okay, so press 1. So I'm just going to bring up the H menu. As you can see, so we're going to press 1. Okay. And then that transfers it. Okay. Select appropriate taxi mode. All right, let's see. I just want to look through some of these things here. Okay, select appropriate taxi mode. Okay, good. So here's land taxi mode. So that is selected. So that's cool. We have an RGB there. All right, press 2 to release the wheel brakes. All right. Use the WSA and D to propel. So perhaps I haven't... let me press the 1 again. Okay, so see, there's the light. Okay. There we go. Alright, so press 2 to release the wheel brakes. Maybe I didn't turn them off. Okay. WASD to propel and guide yourself around. Okay, let's see. Alright, so I'm pressing WSA and D. I'm getting nothing right now. Okay, I'm just checking around, make sure I haven't hit anything wrong. So let me read through this menu. AD, taxi throttle, pilot, pitch, front, rear. Okay. Trying to see if there's something I did wrong here. So 2 says refill water tanks. Do I have to shut the brakes off from over here? Okay, 2 wheel brakes are on this side. Okay, so right there, wheel brakes on. Okay, so let's try it now. Okay, let's jump in here and press it the other way. Okay, I'm gonna get out and see what's up with these brakes. Yeah, it's unconventional, so I have to kind of double check things. So brake is true, so that's brake on. So let's go ahead and press brake off. Okay. It should be in land taxi mode on. Okay. WAS and D. So let me get in the other seat. Okay, it is from this seat. I was just confused. Alright, so it uses that propeller. Again, you know, I kind of put it in the context of the build. This is meant to be a cartoony kind of fantasy build, so yes, it's going to have stuff that operates different and or weird to what we would expect in our world. So, you know, that kind of, you know, I put it in the context. If it was something that was supposed to be like a replica build and it did something like this, you'd say, yeah, that's weird. But, so as I can see, this moves on the ground here. As they said, it can move pretty fast. So that's kind of neat. It's kind of funky. All right, so that's good. Propel yourself around. Engage the wheel brakes when done. Okay. So let's do that. Let's put the brakes back on. Okay. If on land. Okay, we'll do that later. It's kind of a mishmash of instructions here. It's not like, if you looked at Mr. G's, that was like a perfect checklist I could go through. It had all the things. This is just kind of like me trying to find what I'm doing here. All right, once safe takeoff area has been chosen, you can either input manual trim on the keypad, values provided, located in the upper console, or flip the altitude hold and heading hold switches. Also be sure to return pilot control back to the seat you wish to fly from. Okay, so I'm going to fly by myself. One of the reasons I don't like doing a bunch of gyros and everything else is I'm trying to test out how your vehicle flies. And if it flies itself, I don't know how it flies. I want to fly it. So I'll do a manual takeoff, and I can manually trim. All right, so I've returned the pilot control back to the seat I wish to fly from. It says locate manual booster fan input and enter the hover. Okay, we're not doing any of that. All right, 7. Locate engine key and start engines. Note, there is a glow plug delay set to 4 seconds on key. Okay. So main rotor engine's on. All right. All right, so we're off. Pretty simple there. Flies like a helicopter. It's complaining to me a little bit. I'd say that's low rotor. What is that? Okay, I need to put up this throttle. Okay, so you really don't have much. Okay, the clutch is what we want. Okay, come on. That's a me problem here. Okay, so it didn't say in the instructions to put the throttle up. I would do what most people have done is have a proper checklist. Is, you know, startup checklist, taxi checklist, before takeoff checklist, you know, after takeoff checklist, climb checklist, cruise checklist, descent checklist, you know, landing checklist, you know, after landing checklist, secure checklist. Those are all the checklists you generally have. And so, for example, if I were to write your checklist, I would say once ready for takeoff, set thrust, you know, start engine, you know, set thrust to 10 RPS, you know, and then that would kind of fix that problem. Is, you know, I read it in some paragraph in there. Make it a checklist. The whole point of a checklist is I'm, you know, either instructing myself or checking what I've done to make sure that I do it correctly. I don't know how to turn this monitor on again. You don't have any instructions on this stuff. You know, again, that would be part of having a checklist. Is, you know, you saw other people's checklists. Turn on avionics, you know, turn on master power. So I'm kind of like, I'm already in the air and I'm trying to find, do I need the generator still on, for example? You know, I don't know any of these things. Yeah, see, like, I'm struggling trying to, I want to turn this monitor on and I can't figure out how to do it. Rear cargo door, refill water tanks. What is that? Machine guns? What are you? Cooling on, stable flight RPS, forward engine. So, like, this is the other thing is, you know, increase throttle to 10. Wait for stable flight RPS light to turn on. Those are all the kind of things that I like to see. Is it tells me exactly what you want. Let me look in here. Toggle seat controls, wheel brakes. 3 is an A. Flight systems on. Okay. So, yeah, like that. I put that on. You know, flight systems on. So, but we did all right without it. But you know, I just work on your checklist. That would be, I would say, a weakness of your workshop page is your checklists are a little lacking. You know, what I would do if I were you is, you know, when I was a flight instructor, one of the things that was a challenge to learn was you have to take what comes to you naturally from flying, from, you know, years of doing it, and then you have to be able to articulate it to somebody else and teach them how to do what comes naturally to you. And it can be challenging. And so one of the things that you do is you, you know, you want to go through, okay, what do I do when I start up my vehicle? Okay, I do this, 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 and this. Okay, when do I do that? Before taxi. Okay, that's your before taxi checklist. Then you say, well, what do I do every time before landing? Well, every time, you know, you built it, so of course it's obvious to you to increase the throttle to 10 and check for the light, you know. But we don't know it because we've never flown your vehicle before. So put that on the before takeoff checklist so that we know. And that's part of human factors. Human factors wise, things are kind of all over the place. You know, it's like you get the light for flight here, you get the throttle for here. That's fine, but it's just, it's a little bit like hunt and pecking a little bit. So it's not a bad thing, but it's just, it makes it a lot harder for me to interact with the cockpit here. Like, I don't, like, this is a lot of gauges everywhere. It's like engine temp, rear temp, forward engine. At least those are together. That's good human factors. Like this stuff, like I don't have a lot of, like, I don't have an attitude indicator. Like, there's my artificial horizon. That doesn't do anything for me. So I put an artificial horizon where I can actually use it. You know, if I turn the fog on, there's no way I'd be able to see that, you know. So, you know, I just keep that in mind. That's another human factors thing. Is there's a reason why most aircraft have artificial horizon to the left of that, airspeed, you know, old school airspeed indicator, altimeter under that, VSI, compass, and then turn slip. Is it's standard. You know where to look. In emergency, you know where to look. All right, so let's go ahead, and we're in the water. Let's see, I need to find, so again, your checklists are really hurting you here, is it makes it really tough. I'm like having to read a paragraph to try to figure out what I'm doing here. So let's go ahead and, all right, Oh, we're full of water here. All right, so it's usable, but again, I'm gonna ding in the same kind of point that I ding some other people is. It's not really sealing, not the end of the world, but it's you know, I get a little hit on that. I'm just doing 1 point for everybody, but you know, you just flooded your craft with seawater. Oh, this is destroyed because of me landing hard. So that was my fault, but it was also that I didn't have a checklist that told me to increase the thrust before. So let's go 5 enable landing floats. I want to see these suckers come out. So this is neat. Definitely unique. Yeah, that's neat. I like that. So definitely cartoony and fun. That's fun, you know. All right, so next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to figure this out. So let's see. We want to go water taxi mode. All right, and do I have to go over the other seat for this? That's the question. So I don't know. So we're in water taxi mode. Water taxi, okay. So I don't know what's going on here. Co-pilot, taxi steering pilot. Co-pilot, taxi throttle pilot. Okay, yeah, very confusing. Because I thought I had to, you know, I thought I had to taxi from the right seat, and then it was the left seat. So I'm not sure, man, what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, we're going now. So see it has propellers in there. Again, it's kind of a cartoony build. It's a little weird that I, you know, again, have propellers in the water to turn it when I have very good propeller rotor sitting on top that I could taxi, you know, with the rotor blades. But, you know, it does taxi well in the water, so that's good. All right, so let's go ahead and I will enable the floats. Bring those back up. All right, let's get started up. Let's shut off the taxi mode. Let's go 1, bring us back here. Let's, wheel brakes 2. Okay. So that was a fun build. Definitely cartoony and kind of just fun. I like that. You know, the things, your biggest weakness, I would say, is the workshop page, is the checklist is a paragraph. The whole point of a checklist is you're supposed to do the items, and then you go in there and check to make sure you didn't miss anything and that everything's done correctly. And what you have is a paragraph, and so I'm like, you can see I'm kind of stuttering through it because I'm like looking at the Steam page, trying to read it, trying to figure out. You know, you saw Mr. G had the best checklist. It was water landing. Okay, if I want to do a water landing, I read that checklist and I know everything I need to do in order to do a water landing. If I want to do a land landing, I look at the checklist for, you know, landing land, and I read that, and everything is done correctly, you know. And so that's how you want a checklist. This is like a paragraph that's really not helpful. That's not a good human factor. So really like this build. It's funky, it's cartoony, it's kind of a fantasy build. I really like that. I like its color scheme, and it's neat. You've done some innovative stuff with, for example, it drives like a car. It is as big as a house. It has those cool ejection pods on it. So it has super cool factor. And it's, you know, it's cartoony and fun. It's definitely set up cartoony. Like, this panel is a nightmare to operate IRL. Like, this is useless. I can't use the artificial horizon. Like, if your cockpit looks like, if it's like this, how am I flying? I have no attitude indicator. You're going to crash. You know, so again, I take it as it's a cartoon build. Okay, cartoon build, we shut the fog all the way off. But you saw how some of the other vehicles, they actually are a little bit better human factors. They actually work better with the pilot, where I can see my artificial horizon. Like, I forget which build it was. I was actually starting to have some attitude problems, and I couldn't tell if I was facing the water. Well, I looked at my attitude indicator. Yep, and so I rolled out and pitched my nose up because I knew right where to look. And so this is kind of like all over the place, your checklist or your main human factors issues. But really cool build. I liked it a lot. It's definitely different than a lot of the other ones. And thanks for submitting it. All right, and the final build is the PBY-6. So no real pictures in here, just the one thumbnail on there, created by Gabe the Fox 12. Vehicle does not have a description yet. So That's not doing very well in the workshop department there. All right, so we'll move on to testing out. All right, we're already having some issues here. It's not really sitting well. I'm going to relaunch it. Again, I recommend to people, if your build's sitting way up here, take the move and push it down because I want to make sure I didn't damage it when it fell. But that's where it was. So let's see. All right, so we're already having some gear problems here. I don't know what's up with this, man. My physics is always set to high. We'll verify it. So general physics detail is high. So very interesting. Okay, so I'll do a quick walk around here. As you can see, we're having massive gear problems. I doubt I'm going to be able to taxi this. Kind of PBY shape, based off PBY a little. Alright. So I don't understand. It has faked control surfaces. I don't know why you don't just put real control surfaces on there. But like they're here and then they're faked here. I don't know why, but it looks like a block's missing there. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to work, so we'll see. I need to be able to get it out of here, so. All right, let's take a look inside. Very, okay, so these are not behaving themselves. All right, so I don't know what to expect. There was no workshop page, really. Okay, gravity defined bed. Very, very monochromatic. Everything's blue, the same blue. Some tools in here. All right, so I have no clue, man. There's no, I'll have to guess all this. There's no controls at all. Backup power, engine gens, okay. Left engine, 0.15. Okay, I do it via speed. Right engine, okay. How are we controlling this? H? Gear? Water mode. Okay, let's press 1 for gear. Okay. 2 water mode, okay. All right. Left mag on. Right mag off, okay. What am I doing here? Okay. All right, that's weird. That was already on. I guess they're on. Are they just electric motors? What's the story here? Make sure infinite electricity is off. Okay. So what am I doing? Manually controlling these like this? Yeah, okay. Alright, so I would like to taxi here. So how am I taxiing? Let's try the gear again. Okay, so it once I got moving, it let me push the gear down. It's a little weird. It's on a ski. All right, taxi. It's taking a hit on taxi, but I have to do asymmetrical thrust. It's not the end of the world. But I can do asymmetrical thrust. So taxiing's getting a big hit here. I can't effectively taxi. As a ski, I don't know, man. It's a little bit weird. I don't know how I'm taxiing this sucker. I'm gonna take off from the runway. That's what I did with everybody else's pretty much, except the helicopters, which. So let's see if we can. We'll give it a fair shake to try to get on this runway, but. Okie doke. I'm literally doing nothing here. I don't know what's going on here. Left in. Okay, I'm kind of at a loss here. I don't know what to do. Okay. So I'm going to call it there. This is not working. Alright, so we'll call it there on this one. You know, I just, yeah, did what I could with that. So spirit of the challenge on this, I don't know. Human factors, I'm going to give, yeah, I don't know what I can do with this craft here. I'll give it one quick try, see if I can't put it in the water. But, you know, again, to read the rules and what the rules clearly, what the testing methodology, I will launch plane helicopter at FJ Warner Blue Hangar. I will take off from the runway at FJ. I will then land in the water and taxi around and see how it behaves in the water. I will take from the water and land at FJ. So I can't taxi it to the runway, let alone take off from the runway. So that's the goal, and that's the reason why that goal is stipulated, is that's what I need to show that your vehicle is operating properly. And without anything on the workshop, I can't do that. You know, I have no clue how you want to operate this. Alright, so we're going to go ahead, I'm going to disqualify this one. You know, there's no point in grading this. So I'm just going to disqualify this. And, you know, I think I'm being fair with that, and the rationale is pretty simple. I can launch it from the blue hangar at FJ. I can't get to the runway, so I can't even taxi. It was required to be able to taxi on land. It can't. I will then land in the water, or I will take off from the runway at FJ. I can't do that. I will land in the water, so I can't even take off. And so, yep. So it's too bad. I hate to have to disqualify. It would be nice if I didn't have to disqualify anything. But, yeah, that's definitely just not going to work. So thank you for submitting. And hopefully you get it fixed up. All right, so going over the numbers, we have a two-way tie between Mr. G and the Seastar by Jasper. One of the categories is going to be the points, and the other one's Captain's Favorite. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to give the points as a tie to Mr. G's. I really love this build. This was great. This had a great paint job, really nice shaping again, as I alluded to before. And it functioned really well in all elements. I'm going to pick this as the points that is tied. And one of the reasons is because Captain's Favorite has to go to the Seastar. And so the Seastar checked a lot of boxes for me. I really liked Mr. G's a lot. There were so many great builds. This one was really hard for Captain's Favorite. You know, I was hoping some of them would have really got out there in the points. You know, it was a really hard challenge. They were very close to one another. We have a bunch within a point or two, and like I said, we have a tie here. The Seastar checked so many boxes for me. It was really good. I love the look of it. Really great job with the paint job on here. If we go ahead inside, I was really blown away by the interior. This had one of the best interiors. You know, as somebody who's consistently working on builds and consistently making interiors that look not very good, this interior looks great. You know, I love the detailing of the seatbelts. I like the cream color on there and the rockets as the head pillions. This looks like a luxury interior. Really nice job with like the browns on there and the baseboard. This looks like a private aircraft, and that's what these are, you know, or, you know, rental, essentially. Really cool, well set up back here. As you can see here, we have a little sleeping area. This makes this like a full-service thing. You can do anything you want in here. You can go ahead, you can sleep in here and do missions. You can do rescues. You can transport passengers. It flew very, very well. It has a logical layout. This was just kind of the whole package, and I really like this a lot. And it fulfills really the spirit of the challenge really well. It's truly amphibious. It taxied it had the best taxi of, or tied for the best taxi of any of them. And it could do that on land and on sea. It didn't need things like water propellers or motors in the wheels. It taxied like a realistic aircraft. I just increased the thrust, taxied around, was able to put it anywhere I wanted on either land or sea. It landed beautifully. It flew beautifully. The only criticism I had was I would drop the sensitivity on the ailerons. You know, they said to fly around with the stabilizer on. I won't do it. And I didn't need to. You know, it was a little bit touchy on aileron roll. I would just decrease the sensitivity a little bit on that, and I think you'd be in good shape. But this was Captain's favorite. I really enjoyed the Seastar a lot. So, and congratulations again to Mr. G. You are the points winner for the Build Challenge Delta. And congratulations to Jasper for being Captain's favorite for the Build Challenge Delta. And there's one more winner to announce. So this one is up to you guys. So you'll have about a week. Go ahead and test out all the vehicles. Determine which one is your favorite, and you can go on the Discord and vote. And a special thanks to everybody who participated in the Build Challenge Delta. A lot of great builds here, and I really enjoyed testing them out. And we'll see you in the next one.